The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hola, soy compadres. Welcome back to the NACL LOL. Not really. I'm Ravishing Ravish. Joined here by my very good my very good friend Smacks. And we're here to once again to watch some NACL qualifiers. To go ahead, go through our season the next month to see who shall move on and gain some money and, you know, be the future of NA because God knows we need it. What's up, Smacks?
Yeah, I am your very good Smacks, and you're my very good Ravishing Ravish, and it is a very good day over here on the Qualifiers stream. Today, we are going to be qualifying some teams over to the playoffs, and also eliminating some as well, between this stream, and the Rally Cry 2 stream as well. This is a dual monitor type of day, everybody.
Wow, that is true. Or you can also use multi-Twitch as well if you want to hear none of us and just watch the game go on
or
well.
hear all of us.
At the same time.
Yeah.
What a horrible time that would be, actually. I don't know about you, but being able to hear my kid and sitting there hearing Dimitri talk about how everything's going wrong, it's a lot going on there. But aside from that, I hope you're having a good day. Let's go and talk about, you know, what we're kind of be seeing today. As you all know, with the brackets that are going on, it's been a couple of weeks already. If you don't know how this works, this is kind of about it. We're in GSL, right? Teams have already been seeded. They've already played some games. We're like 2 weeks into this bracket already. This is how it works. Smacks, are there any points that I'm missing?
We already eliminated 16 teams in the Swiss couple weekends ago. We also now have eliminated 2 more out of the group stage just yesterday. If you missed that one, Group A and Group B played. Today we have Group C and Group D, again across multiple streams. Here's Group C. So we've got Team Ambition and the Cheese Chasers as our first matchup. And then after that, Teamless Revenge versus Aporia. This group, kind of cut and dry. It was a double 2-0 in the first round. Both Team Ambition and Cheese Chasers did quite well for themselves last weekend.
That is indeed a factual statement that you are spitting right now, Smacks. That's, both of them had a grand old time. The games in general have been very, early game might be a bit more stationary. One team takes a insurmountable lead, and then we just surely watch the other side react until they can react no more. I have seen this week, though, things have changed. It's not just 2-0s across the board. It just so happens that this stream has been the stream with the, shortest games. So, we'll see if that continues. For now, though, as of course we do have Team Ambition versus the Cheese Chasers as our first game of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look at those rosters to see what's going on. With Team Ambition, of course, we got Porsche, Limo, Kachu, Levitate, and Snow. A good bunch of fellas here, Smacks.
Yeah, Porsche, the most recent addition to this roster, recently won the Collegiate Championship over on University of St. Thomas 2 years in a row, Ravish. So big congratulations to him. And I'm sure Team Ambition are going to feel really excited to have him back on the roster, as Bajani did move over to the LLA. So congratulations to him playing in a Tier 1 region. That's very, very cool. So we've got Levitate and Snow. You know him, you love him if you were watching the Team Tony Top run all through the spring. We also got Kachu, a member of the Maryville lineup, and Limo has been bouncing around a bunch of these teams. Team Ambition seeded quite highly, and for good reason. They have already gotten a 2-0 in this group, and they're expected, I think, to win their set against the Cheese Chasers today, who are their opponents.
I agree. Levitate. Let's go ahead and take a look at their opponents. We have, like you're saying, Cheese Chasers with Barrick, Krya, Aojun, Scooped, and Sandwit. So you're fun of us Cheese Chasers as well too. I find like they're around the top 10 as well too, but they themselves not have had to change their playstyle and their logos over the past little bit. Just to make sure that they are able to survive. They're still making it through the top end of the bracket, but Team Ambition might have something to say about that today. Nonetheless, for now, though, we'll be looking at drafting started up in just a couple of minutes. So we can see what goes on, especially with the newest edition of Porsche, like you mentioned. Now, I know Shane, I've known him for quite some time. Great guy, friends with Danny, who was previous ADC for EG. That's the most, and you know what? That's kind of about it. Also, super tall dude as well, too.
Named after a car?
Named after a tar. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a there's a clip of the two of us interviewing him on the LCS the analyst desk segment. You remember that?
There was.
Yeah, do you don't remember this? It was like a CLL last year.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about. Like the LCS this year used the clip from us last year. It's like why would they do this?
I'm saying that
yeah.
there exists a clip of us doing that.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
great time. We pulled
was
him
a great
in.
time.
I also remember I did might I say, an excellent Gangplank impression of when Porsche tore them apart, because even in his announcement video, his signature champion is GP. He's a very good GP player. GP received some buffs, I think, in 13-12, so you can't really play him here, but you know what? Porsche can try. That's what matters.
I'm sure he can try. Usually his name is TC Porsche, but now he's changed over to TA. As you can see over on your side of the screen. Maybe you can point to it for me. Yeah, that TC, yeah, it's the wrong way. There you go. That TC stands for the captain, as he is that Gangplank player. So perhaps it's going to be something that the Cheese Chasers decide to ban. For now, though, it's just going to be the standard Enchanters. Kindred also taken off the board, as well as Gragas, that flex pick that's possible in multiple different roles.
What I'm looking at right now is a Zeri ban, a Lucian ban, or at least, well, I mean, considering Yumi is banned, so that's fine, and along with a Nico ban. Those three have been the most important champions to take out of the pool, as they have pretty much just been pick and ban throughout this entire patch, and will continue to be so. As a trade-off has usually been just been Zeri for the Aphelios, with the Gragas now gone, so it's removing much more safety options for both jungle and top, meaning that we might see a bit more of an extravagant play at the top lane, with the Pantheon now gone and the LeBlanc as well, who has been very good, and as expected, Nico first pick.
Yeah, it's basically the choice between Nico and LeBlanc at the end of it there for the Cheese Chasers. Static Shiv LeBlanc, it's made its way over to 13-11, even though it's getting buffed on 13-12. I don't think we're going to be seeing that patch, luckily, on the qualifier side of things anyway, but if you're an NACL fan, stay tuned, because you're going to be seeing a lot of 13-12 later today. Happy Sunday, everybody. As you said, though, Nico is here. This champion, super, super powerful. Another flex pick, but we're expecting it to go mid lane, and I think the Cheese Chasers are as well with this Syndra lock for Aljun.
We did see a lot of Nico's support yesterday. In fact, 3 games of it, which was unsurprising to say the least, but hey, it worked well. And Nico does a disgusting amount of damage, especially with their Pot Blossom.
No, the
ridiculous overall.
Ridiculous.
Yes, far too good. Especially now that has been patched where you have to, show before you completely unhide. But either way, that's the picks being the Aphelios and Syndra locked in for the ADC and mid lane, and in kind responded by the Wukong, so an early jungle pick taken by Team Ambition, with a hover over the Cassante, who has also been one of those prominent bans, so taking the safest top lane pick for TC Porsche, as they'll see what else they might want to pick from, because Cassante is probably one of the best blind picks you can take. What I would like to see is, a Fiora into this matchup, a Jax even would have been fun, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think going into Barrack here too, this is a guy who's going to play a lot of the carry champions up there, and he's got a pretty deep pool. I remember back when he was pulling out a lot of the Yone top lane into many different matchups. That was really fun. And it's going to be Darius. All right, I mean, this is right along that alley here for Barrack, a big carry champion for him later on into the team fights and in lane. Like, Porsche's going to have a really tough time here.
Yeah, so I have, for a fun fact, played this matchup before. Do you want to know who loses? Because I do.
I think I know who loses. I think it's Cassante.
It is Cassante. Cassante loses very, very heavily.
Yeah.
Especially after the nerfs. It's tough because you can't trade evenly anymore. And until Cassante gets any armor or health at all, he does nothing. Yeah, Darius is still very, very good. And if he gets any solo kills in lane, Porsche is not allowed to go to the top lane anymore. He'll be relegated to do so, but he won't want to. Nonetheless, for now though, TCG is still looking to lock in their support and also their own jungler. So Ambition probably going to be looking to take some bans away from that. The first being the Grays as well, and matched by the Lucian and the Varus in the bot lane.
Yeah, a lot of AD focus. Team Ambition didn't actually pick their champion for that position, which is pretty interesting. I mean, I know you said that they had the blind option for Cassante, which is really safe, but there aren't really that many AD carries that are great to counterpick later on. I guess the big draw for Team Ambition is that they do get to pick their full bot lane duo later, and now they get to counter the Lulu that's now been locked in. I don't know. This is definitely pretty late into the draft. If that Zeri does get locked in, I'm expecting something like a Rakan to bolster it. Yeah, they're just going to hover both of them. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those champions here for Team Ambition.
Yeah, that has been the kind of go-to after, Zeri does not necessarily work out. And the Khan, I find, is a great pick to go along with composition. It's great amount of gauge, knock-up, and setup as well. That's bait, so I'm not going to fall for that. No. But I am going to wait to see what they decide to pick, because I've done this song and dance before. I've been here before, and I refuse to fall for it again. Because I would have gotten excited if it wasn't Neela. It's not going to be. It's got to be Zeri.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this one at all. It is, I don't know. It does get outranged pretty heavily by this Aphelios and the Lulu pair. So I'm a little concerned as far as the lane is going to go for Team Ambition. It seems like they have a less than favorable matchup in the bottom lane and also top too. The Cassante going to struggle pretty hard into the Darius. So. What are you chanting here? Was it Zach? Were you excited for Zach?
Lock it in. I was saying lock it in for when he had the Evelyn hover, which would have been really cool. But as Evelyn makes for just a interesting dynamic and lots of early game power, AP jungler as well are quite nice, as their only AP damage right now too is currently the Syndra, which is usually the set standard. Either way though. With our composition not all locked in, I find these are some flavors of what we've come to expect from a lot of the compositions and players playing on 13-11, and with some change-ups, right? I do like the Zeri Rakan and the Zac, which I think is going to be very, very fun.
Yeah, this is a champion that I was excited to see whether or not Cryo would actually pull it out eventually. It fits pretty well in this composition, though. This team does really. Well, I don't know if it needs it, but it can definitely use a lot of that initiation here, where you do have a Syndra and an Aphelios who want to stay pretty far back, but having that extra, very sustained, heavy front line just sitting in front of them is going to help pretty tremendously, I think. And the fact that you have these lanes that all seem winning on the surface, seem like they do get push, can really benefit Zach on top of all of that. So. I don't know, the invades that are possible now with this champion are really big. I think Kryra is a jungler who can use that very nicely too, and I'm really excited to see what the Cheese Chasers can bring to the table here. Again, mentioned before, this is a pretty big seeding gap. Team Ambition definitely expected to win this, although they do have a new top laner that they're playing with, but I don't know. I'm pretty excited for the Cheese Chasers draft here.
I think this should be at least interesting to say the least, and extravagant and wondrous just to see the most, I'd say. But we can only find that out once we naturally just get into the game. Nonetheless, for now though, while we go ahead and wait, I think there's some things that, while we look for extravagant and wonderful, there's one thing that comes to mind when I say that, Smacks. Do you know what that is?
Is it a 4-letter word that you can read at the bottom of our screen?
It is a 4-letter word that you read at the bottom of the screen. It's Turo, right there. I don't know if you know, but the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. When you book any car you want for just about any occasion, forget boring rental cars at Turo.com. I myself have used Turo a decent amount to rent cars that I will never be able to afford, and also get a car when I'm in a pinch, whenever I'm driving up to my friends for a cottage. It's been very nice.
Nice.
So yeah, Turo.
That's really cool. I was seeing all the ads that they played yesterday because we just got them in for this weekend. Shout out Turo for that. And one of the ads has a cat in it, and that's how you know that this is a trustworthy company. They put a cat in their ad, and so
They have quality programming. I'm glad that you're a big fan, and that's what matters because I don't know if you all know, but for many a year that I've known Summer, them saying big fan is the highest of accords. So if Summer's a big fan of you, then you've made it in life. Good job.
Wow. That's I won't deny that. That's one of the nicest things that I could possibly say to you in my vernacular. So. Yeah.
That is true. Nothing goes higher than big fan. Like, I have to imagine.
Ravish,
like,
I'm a big fan of yours.
Woo! Let's go. We did it. Let's go. I have to imagine that like you're there like accepting like a medal from the president. They're like, and then like they're saying something wonderful. You come up with a speech like, "Hey, thanks, Mr. President. Big fan." That's it.
There you go.
Nothing like you're doing great, you're wonderful. Just that's as high as it goes. That's cool. You're like a person who doesn't have like a ton of emotion, but in word form.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have a ton of emotion. Is that what you said?
No. I mean, like I was saying within this metaphor that we're now continuously extending.
Oh,
it's like you know how big fans are high. Anyways, League of Legends is gonna happen like a minute. Exactly. Yeah. I've been told recently that I have a headcanon that I extend for too often to a point where I formed like entire cinema in my head.
No, I'm into this.
And then I say them out loud.
Tell me more about my backstory here.
Sure. So it's you learned you only learned how to love when you were a full grown adult. And then but before that it was it was a lot of question marks and understanding. But when you saw people that you were like, man, they're cool, but I'm just a big fan of them. That's it. It's like, but then it got to a point where you became everybody's big fan, and you had a whole existential crisis where you said, I don't know if I'm a big fan of everyone. Like, maybe I'm just a fan. Maybe I'm not a fan at all. Like, do I like the Starbucks person downstairs? Yeah. Am I a big fan of them? Maybe not. Why did I say that to them? I think that's my headcanon, and then you come to realize that it's okay to not be a big fan of everybody.
That's pretty deep. I like that. That's a good premise. Also, I have a big fan right there, because it's very, very warm in this room. It's like 85 degrees outside, and this room is not air conditioned.
What is that in non-freedom numbers?
I don't know. Well, let's look it up.
85. I don't know.
Okay. 85 Fahrenheit to Celsius. Let's see. About 30. A little under 30.
A little under 30. That's really hot. Oh my god.
It's really warm.
By the way, if you guys don't know, we're waiting for the client to catch up.
Probably should have said that.
Yeah. We're not delaying on purpose. I promise you. We just have to wait for competitive integrity for the client to catch up in 3 minutes. So that which should be right about now. So hopefully we'll be getting back in any second now. In fact, yeah, that's should be good to go. Here we are.
Nice. Good timing, Ravish. But yeah, welcome everybody to game 1 of today. Anyway, we are in the second stage of the group stage, or at least the second weekend, where this is Group C, correct? I think this.
30 seconds.
Yeah, this is Group C. Yeah, I thought I had it right. This is the upper bracket, so whoever wins this best of 3 will move on to the playoffs, which is very, very exciting. But not only that, they also get an additional 30 qualifier points, which gets you over to the promotion tournament later to split, which is very, very exciting as well.
Man, 30 is a big number.
I agree.
You know what else $30 can get you?
A lot of things. Probably like a steak dinner. That'd be pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's true. I don't like steak the person.
Oh, really? Why not?
Yeah. I feel like it's just like when you have a steak, when you sit down, like you're just doing too much, you know? It's just such a copious amount of one type of food. It feels unnecessary.
I see. Well, why don't you get like a smaller steak and then just load up on the like sides?
No, but also just like I feel like steak in general. It's all right. It's okay. It's not that serious. I will say though, Wagyu I've had before. Wagyu's quite good. But even like a lot of Wagyu's too much. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's not even just like you're a stake elitist or anything. It's just like
No.
not your favorite thing. All right, I can respect
No.
that. The thing that Team Ambition bottom lane is going to have to respect, as I said in the draft, is the range disadvantage that they are playing at. Scoop and Sandwich did not go for any type of leash, because Cryer actually started on the Raptors on Zac. So this lane, all of a sudden, not going so great for Levitate and Snow, who are just getting bullied down by Calibrum and Help Picks. This is feeling a little rough for them. They're going to have to start popping those potions.
With junglers on opposite sides of the map too, so it'll be a while before, you know, we'll see Lemos looking to pay a visit down to the bot lane, unless he is looking to just at least just full clear here first. Well, at least do his entire bot side. I wonder if he repass down again just to see if they need help, but I think he'll just go on up to his top lane and then just go about his day. I think this is quite nice though as well, because you can look at least probably catch out Barrick early on before he gets any sort of significant advantage, because you can already see Porsche's falling behind in farm, and that is not the most worrying sign, but it's a sign that he's gonna be relegated to my favorite position, farming under tower.
Is it your favorite? Is just something that you find yourself doing a lot?
It's all I've known, Smacks.
Okay, that's more of like a ritual thing than than like enjoyment, right? It's just like a 9 to 5 for you.
Exactly, it's literally 9 to 5. And as someone who recently started up on 9 to 5, yeah, it's something I know I just have to do.
Yeah, I get you. As we said before though, the push is not just in the top lane, it's also in bot. It's gonna be a little bit in mid too, and once Kryra starts to gain some levels there, this elastic slingshot's gonna be popping off from miles and miles away, and that's going to be very, very beneficial for the Cheese Chasers, who again are just bullying these lanes.
If I'm Lemo right now, I should have an indication that after looking at all the camps that the Zac is indeed going towards the bot lane. So with the gank committed, that's a knock-up as well. The flash put out. Snow, ooh, barely surviving, but first blood still goes to the direction of Kryra. And now comes down Kachi, looking to get a retribution, can't do it. Levitate gets one back.
All right, the extra turret shot onto Kryra ended up dealing a lot of damage, as Levitate does pick up double buffs off of that. Not actually the end of the world for Team Ambition at the end of the day. Double buffs, and you get to collect the rest of that wave. Levitate certainly feeling all right, although the first blood over to Kryra means gonna be pretty strong moving forward. Those dives now a little bit less possible without the Zac passive. That's another thing you gotta keep in mind.
Exactly, because it was unlucky that he ended up, falling on the other side of the tower, or maybe one of the minions may have been able to survive and that he would have lived. But nonetheless, for that though, I think Zac is still, or at least Carter should still be as active on the map, considering that's like half his job, bro. Because if you're a Zac, you're not power farming somewhere. You're not looking to, get your stats as much as possible. You're looking to strike fear into the hearts of your laners, where you never truly know which angle you will come from.
You will just come from the skies with that elastic slingshot, bouncing all around, bouncing around. I get it how it is. Okay, never mind.
That's a good song as well, too.
Oh, I love that song. That song fell off way too fast, I'm not going to lie. That song is still kind of a classic.
It is. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's.
Big Rihanna fan as well. I like the Rihanna version the best.
Oh, it is. I agree. It is very fun. I also miss Nerd as well.
Me too.
Back when Fred was doing that, had some absolute bangers in there. I can always call it on YouTube and that's a banger summer every single time we cast. But anyways, though, we were talking a bit about the push so far, and seeing at this point now that Kryra has drawn first blood, Lemo should draw first blood part 2, which is
That's how that works.
Yeah.
He needs to gank, is what you're saying. Right?
Exactly.
He's just a Wukong farming his camps, not doing his team much good. Only level 5. Meanwhile, Kryra, he got that bot gank off. He's helping out by starting up this Drake, but it's just a little tricky for Lemo right now. I feel like he's just waiting to hit level 6 at this point. Up a couple of camps. He's well on his way to do so, and that Cyclone can start to get pretty devastating. I mean, Team Ambition does have a comp that's well tailored for the 5v5 with all this crowd control that they have. Grand Entrance, Cyclone, Pop Blossom. Those 5v5s are going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I personally would have figured that we would have seen the demo pay a visit to at least get Aojun's flash, before 6, and then come back with a Cyclone to, finish it all off, because the combination between Kachu and of course the demo as well with the 2 little lockups is quite nice. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Nice scat of the week using the ultimate, but it's gonna be of no help.
That was a little awkward because Kryra did bring the Miko ultimate onto Aojun, so it stunned him, which is pretty funny. But it ended up working out anyway. The stretching strikes, regardless, does provide just so much extra crowd control. Kachu did not have flash, which I think was a product of the... Oh, yeah, I know. He used his flash to kill Sandwich, or to root Sandwich, didn't actually find the kill. I'm remembering. It's all coming back to me, Ravish, but Kachu with no flash, very vulnerable in that mid lane.
That is correct, because the flash is a game-saving ability at times. I've learned in just the past hour, I would say. Not through my years of League of Legends, of course not.
What do you do, like ignite teleport Yorick up there?
No, actually, I actually run cleanse.
Oh, okay. Into what matchup, or do you just take cleanse all the time?
I take cleanse every time. I'm just scared.
Cleanse
That's
does
it.
anything at a Jace.
I actually run cleanse clarity because I'm spamming E's every second.
Clarity's not in Summoner's Rift anymore. When's the last time you played League of Legends?
They're taking the Rift Hurdle Rise right now.
Yes, they are. Gonna be another neutral objective for Kryra. Scoop did not get the memo though. Probably gonna have to flash.
Yeah, that's fine enough. But Scoop burning both the Ghost and Flash as well too. Bit excessive, I'd say. But I guess you could be too safe if anything.
Porsche continues to get bullied up in this top lane matchup. I mean, we got really excited about the Darius pick in the draft. I think for good reason. Hasn't really done much yet. I mean, there hasn't been much opportunity to do anything. It's really just try to smash the lane, try to get as many plates and a CS advantage as you possibly can. Which is going well, but going slowly, I think, for Barrack.
Yeah, I think if you are Casandra's matchup, which from my experience, what Porsche is doing is pretty much like what is probably the best thing that you can do. Is that he's done a great job of controlling the wave to make sure that it always does kind of center towards him and holding it. Because even as of right now, like he's not really pushing too far past his tower. Sure, he's taking a bunch of chip damage over and over again, but Cassandra has like 5 movement abilities, so he can stay consistently fine. Has CCs and knockup, and farming with Cassandra is painfully easy as well. So last hitting and securing waves is never really super hard. Even right now, he's only about 18-20 farm behind, which in this lane is quite good. Because you expect Darius to be 30 CS ahead and have a solo kill, which hasn't happened. So, shout out to Porsche for playing it safe.
Yeah, definitely not something to panic over, as he's going to be a frontliner. It's very effective for this team eventually anyway. And, as we noted before, Team Ambition doesn't necessarily need the strongest frontline, because their frontline is just a lot of knockups. They've got just so many of those spells available for them, and a lot of delaying to make sure that Levitate can get as many burst fire hits in as possible. So yeah, I think the Team Ambition are... They're coasting along just fine. Down 1,000 gold is not going to be the end of the world in a composition like this. However, it is undeniable that the Cheese Chasers are playing this early game quite well, even if, again, it is a little quiet.
Yeah, they managed to accrue small leads in almost every one of the lanes at least, right? And now I'm looking forward to is just see if we can if we can get Kryra get a bit more active across the map, if anything. As we did see them before in the bot lane as well, and pay a visit near mid, but as right now they have not been a ton more attempts, because I find with both soul laners just constantly pushing wave after wave after wave, you're just waiting around to see if maybe Scoop and Sandwich have an opportunity. Otherwise though, makes it hard enough, especially up against Zeri Rakan, who are quite the slippery pickles.
Well, I thought for a second that that Rift Herald was an accident. He meant to use the sweeper on the blue buff, but instead, it actually is intentional, and you know that because Drake is coming up, and now Kryra gets to start that one with the Rift Herald crashing in the mid lane, trying to delay any possible Kachu interference on this objective. And yeah, that actually ended up going quite well. Now, Kryra has secured 3 out of 3 neutral objectives in this game, setting the Cheese Chasers up quite nicely for a late game solo win condition, and wouldn't you know it, it's a Hextech Rift, so lots of extra damage.
Indeed, which I'm sure they would absolutely love to, as the competition right now relies a lot on, you know, short burst engages, and the Aphelios is the only one who can consistently put out those large bursts of damage. Speaking of which, I would say it takes a small chunk, but nothing to get exclaimed about, though, as the wave should be pushing in the neutral position, and Kryra was around, but cannot find the angle. Meanwhile, in bot lane, Limo is also just waiting around to see if he you know, can go any lane. As right now, though, bro is power farming.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody on the Cheese Chasers has seen Limo this game. I'm pretty sure that if you like hit tab, his inventory is just entirely empty, and you can't actually see what level he is. He's just level 1 for them. He's just been entirely invisible. I don't know. You can't like be too mad about that. This the stun doesn't land.
Yeah, that was what set up the gig last time, though, but Root doesn't land here either. Kachu just takes a small bit of damage. Still has flash, though, so not gonna be too worried about that. But yeah, like you're saying, Limo just hasn't had the opportunity to do much in the lanes, as, you know, like, with them are being constantly pushed in, and then with Kryra being so active as he has been, right, looking to at least for neutral or something else, but hasn't had the opportunity, so Limo's gonna go about his day. But I remember, in fact, our June did see Limo a couple of minutes ago.
Oh,
taking Kryra's Raptors. Ooh, yeah. There you go. For the opportunity, goes over. There's a Cyclone. So remember, still no flash, and Ghost pops, scooped. Oh my. It's more like Vigil, but that's more than enough damage. Limo now dead. Nice stun. And the comeback from our June, using all their summons, but a double kill for the NPC. And that's unfortunate.
That is definitely unfortunate. Is he dead? I think he's. God, he's just a goner.
No, he's running. He uses flash.
Okay.
How far is he going to go, though, is the question, because
very.
Oh, look, Barrick is trying to catch
Hextech portal. Wait.
Ooh.
Just use the portal. All right. Well.
But that portal doesn't go that side.
Okay. I think he's good.
Gonna
Oh
get
my God.
No.
No, Barrick,
oh, the Root lands the lens.
Oh,
that was impressive. Whoa, he got him with the Root twice.
Man, well done to Kachu. That was quite the mess that he found himself in, and he does end up escaping. Unlike the rest of his team on that bot side, 3 kills picked up, most of them going over to Aojun, who now has his first item on the Syndra. 3-0. This champion is looking mighty powerful at this stage of the game, and yeah, I mean, Ravish, the Cheese Chasers were only up 1,000. That has ballooned much further, and it looks like they did manage to get that bot lane turret alongside mid, while Kachu was, having his little globetrotter moment.
Well, just like the Globetrotters, he pulls out inescapable tricks that I can never explain, and leaves me in wonderment and amazement. Nonetheless, for now, as he manages to get on top of the map, we have seen the lane assignments continue to be switched around, as finally, it seems as though that laning phase is finally over, with a couple of towers falling for the side from NPC. Let's see what they can do to extend that even further. Possibly looking to focus, but put a bit more of a focus on bot lane. From what I see with where their engagements currently are, try to set Kachu even farther behind. We need to talk about how powerful Nico can be, and they've done a good job of just suppressing any impact Kachu may have later on in the game.
Yeah, I was making a joke a bit about how Limo didn't really have much impact early. We did actually see him go bot lane with Kachu a few times just to apply some pressure onto Scoop and Sandwich. Like, they definitely felt his presence a little bit, even though he didn't do a whole lot actively. So Levitate does actually have quite a bit of money in this game, up about 20 CS, will be participating in this mid lane Rift Herald Crash, and he did get 4 plates in that bottom lane, so it's not like Team Ambition is completely without a win condition in this game. That Zeri win con is coming online very quickly.
And as of right now, we did talk about last week as well about how you have to constantly be afraid of the champion that is Zeri. Right now, Kachu is giving himself away by showing that they are a minion. And Snow 2 as well. He takes a bunch of damage, has to reconvene. Inside the Dragon Pit they go. You get the knock up onto 3. Big Pop Blossom onto 1. But Kachu doesn't really have no impact. The smite lands. Limo takes it. No soul point as the fight converges. Barrick around. A double kill for Scoop. But Port is continuing to fight. Trying to get a solo. Onto Crider has the passive and cannot go any further. They get the lockdown on Snow 2 while Levitate's poking away. But only has 1 item. He does not melt them just yet.
And the Zac is so obnoxious for Team Ambition, just constantly in their grill. Oh, this is ridiculous. And as you said, he did have the passive, so pretty much couldn't possibly be killed all in all. Team Ambition just has to go full retreat. Lucky, though, that Limo is the GOAT of all time. Did smite away that crit, so not completely doomsday for Team Ambition. They did deny away that soul win condition for a little bit longer. Yeah, you can see these team fights are looking wary, to say the least. Kachu cannot find a good Pop Blossom angle.
They may be wary until there is a Zeri, my friend, and that is something that we must keep in mind. As already up to 2 items. Once Levitate gets their 3rd, then things will definitely transgress, as he can melt every champion on Summer's Rift. So let's see if TA can extend that further and find a good fight, because overall that wasn't too bad, but Scooped is also just recently far ahead as well too, and he just got such good ultimates. They have to know that Kachu's here, right?
Yeah, he just backstepped to blast hit the cannon. They definitely know. They definitely know. Yeah, he's leaving the wave. Also, minions don't deal that much damage with their auto attacks. That is Nico passive doing all of that. So
yeah, nor do they have like 150 movement speed, they're just so no minion is that fast. Like it's
yeah, no minion has mercury treads.
I like that you said the full like government name. I haven't heard like anyone say Mercury Treads in a very long time.
What is it, Mercs?
Yeah. People say Mercs, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm not playing. I don't need to like have like fast and efficient comms right now, Ravish. I'm casting League of Legends. Okay, I can say the full government name.
You're right. You're right. That's something. I didn't realize that. You're not just looking to, unexplained things to at the smallest level. But either way,
Aojun has the Leandri's Anguish.
Purchased
and ready to go.
I do like that. Wow. There's also a the Zafani's Hourglass, and along with a Sunfire Capeathon. I don't know. Oh, nice ultimate. They can't follow up off of it. They're trying to though. Get the flash shot. I would say no more CC's possible. Unfortunately, need more on the side. And along with Porsche joining the fray, they will know how to save a life.
Yeah, the long range engage is pretty brutal with the Gravitum ultimate there, and the Zac jumping in on top of you. Levitate forced to flash in what kind of seemed pretty innocuous as far as engages are concerned. That didn't really seem like the full committal that, well, maybe that was, as Aojun now has to flash as well in a very similar situation.
Yeah, he gets locked down with the Gravitum instantaneously though, so Scoop should be perfectly fine. And Quado once again looking for a similar angle. Right on the top side there, both kind of and have been meandering around mid for a decent amount of time. She's the team of Ambition like don't have like any clear ways to send the game forward for themselves, like, besides just playing around Dragon, which is up in another minute. Meanwhile, Barrick is just farming sidewave after sidewave and getting a ton of gold in his pocket.
Yes. Again, this is that Darius champion that has been, again, not the loudest impact on the game, but the fact that nobody can match him in the side lane is proving to be very worth it as far as drafting is concerned. Barrick is in this bottom lane and just hanging out. Of course, maybe hit him with some sticks a little bit. I don't know. That's not really going to stick at all.
No, it is not. I feel like, you know, they do say sticks and stone may break my bones, but your words will like always hurt me or something like that. I feel like sticks do not break your bones. And, sticks are.
Depends on the stick.
Are we getting? Okay, all right, fine. You're right. My bad. Didn't realize that we just had an infinite. But I didn't know that we just had a supply to large sticks.
Well, yeah. I mean, unless they keep burning down the rainforest, only you can prevent forest fires. This is now PSA in the middle of the League of Legends game.
Only you can allow Smacks to break my bones with sticks.
Yeah. Only you, lawmakers of America, make breaking bones legal. Please, so I can do it.
Is it illegal? Is it?
I think that's aggravated assault, yeah.
Okay. You know what? Good point. I didn't think about that aspect of it.
Drake taken by the Cheese Chasers, and I've got
right.
3 of them. And yeah, I mean, Team Ambition's just not really able to find any of those big engages. They did take a top lane turret. The gold is being traded as Team Ambition finding something off of the map. They just haven't hit that big boom quite yet. And the big boom comes from the Rakan ultimate, the Wukong ultimate, the Nico ultimate. Zeri going bop, bop, bop with all her shots.
True.
Hasn't happened yet.
We did speak briefly in the draft on how this was a decently large discrepancy in terms of seeding, but Cheese Chasers do a good job of making that up as well. We were, you know, exclaiming on their prowess last week with the 2-0s, but also with Team Ambition also being given that too. And as of right now, we'll see if they can continue to climb the ranks as well with the power of friendship and vibes. It seems to be exactly that. Currently, nothing more found though. Centering on Baron once again is NPC. They could try to bait this if they want to. Cassante is bot lane and they're starting it.
Turning into the vision plant is Kachu again, attempting these angles. You're gonna need to find something a bit more creative than that. Here it is.
Oh! Wait! That was so sick! It's a shutdown as well. Scoop is dead. Now they're looking forward to the fight split in half. But Barrick is here. He does so much damage, gets isolated. Good play by Porsche. But as the fight transcends, NPC is just so far ahead, it doesn't actually matter. Levitate doesn't do any damage yet, and Kachu is dead. That triple kill for Darius.
One of the coolest engages that I've seen out of Nico didn't even come from turning into somebody else, just using the blast plant over to reposition Pop Blossom. But it just didn't do anything. It killed Scoop, and that's literally it. Just the surprise element, not enough by any stretch of the imagination. The Cheese Chaser is far superior in these fights. And finally, Barrett gets to have his impact on the game. A triple kill on this Darius that has been quietly farming up a storm.
Darius is finally online. He has an item, so that means that everybody in front of him dies. Yeah. A unfortunate prospect, but the Turo Baron buff is now very much online. NPC have been accruing small leads since the early stages of the game, with TA not able to find any significance. Laning phases, it is tough to do so when you have advantages in almost all 3 of your lanes. With all that push, Kari got to farm, and now here they stand, 4,000 gold ahead, Baron in their pocket. Let's see how else they extend it.
Is that Drake coming up too soon? It will coincide with that buff as well. Barrick now has a pretty big shutdown on his head.
Yeah, they're looking to at least get him down. The Ultra should not be back up, and there we go. They layer the CC on top of one another, but meanwhile, their base is falling. They will all need to back. They will lose an inhibitor for it. And Barrick acts as an excellent dangling piece to give them more space.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know you were an intellectual like that, Ravish. Very well
I'm
said.
not. I learned that from Josh.
Oh. All right, then my assumption was correct, I guess.
Yeah, it was. Everything about you, everything you know about me is correct. I have zero secrets.
I'm just kidding, Ravish. You're a very smart guy.
Anyways, looking at.
Hey, everybody in the Twitch chat. I just want to let you know, me and Ravish, we're friends.
We are. That's true.
Anyway.
Summer's not being
as I
mean
said-
to me. It's okay. But yeah.
As I said before,
Yeah.
the Baron buff is going to still be on the members of the Cheese Chasers when the Drake spawns, so you can use that extra pressure to probably secure themselves this soul, especially now with Barrick, back on the map. This is likely to be a clean sweep of the Drakes, apart from that one, which I guess makes it a little bit of a dirty sweep. My bad. Cheese Chasers, I think this is a good time to remember that with Scooped on the roster, this team has not lost a single game. They only lost one in the Swiss, game one, and it was the one that Scooped could not participate in because he was busy. Apart from that, 4-0 in the rest of their Swiss games, and they won their 2-0 in the groups.
Seems as though the cheese is continuing to be acquired by Cheese Chasers. That's the whole point. They went out in, but in the middle of the fight, has to get out. Barrick is just soloing 3 people. And as they all get out, Levitate is getting melted in seconds. He does no damage to Barrick. That's the SmackDown. That's the game, Smacks.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The Soul as well is here. They have so much wave clear, and Kachu on this Nico, I mean, he's been trying to find these angles, just can't quite do it because the Cheese is just so strong in this game. Scoop pushing forward with Pryra. Such a cleanly executed game, and I think you're right. I think this will be the end.
Yeah, I'm looking to end it right here, right now. Pop Blossom put down. Scoop just does so much damage. And Porsche can try, he will not prevail. That is Barrick with 6 kills. By the end, let's see if he can make it 7. Nah, they can't pull him in, but that is indeed the game as they'll TP in front of their base. The Cheese Chasers take game 1 over Team Ambition.
Keeping that win streak alive with Scooped on the roster. Cheese Chasers now only 1 win away from making it all the way to the playoffs. As the first seed in this group, too, seeding discrepancy be damned. I mean, that was a really clean game. Team Ambition are going to have to find some very creative ways back into this series. That did not look very close.
No, it did not, but we'll see if TA can bring things back in a Porsche on his debut game on TA. As more to show, find out after this break.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
It seems as though that the NPCs have gained sentience, so the game has currently begun. Welcome back to the NACL Qualifiers. I'm Rapture, joined once again by Smacks, and we now look at 1-0 up for the Cheese Chasers against Team Ambition with Root top laner.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought that game was not particularly close at all, that last one. The Cheese Chasers kind of just won all their lanes and had a Zac, so it was really hard for Team Ambition to get anything done. And they got engaged on a bunch of times, and then there's a triple kill for Darius. So
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. You're killing it. Every point every word you said so far has been exactly what done. Some might even say that you're smart and have hair. So things that I can't quantify for. Anyways, as we look towards we look at draft for game number 2. As we look at what Team Ambition was shown to us now, picking up the red side this time. The band so far seem to start off on the same wavelength. The Cheese Chasers, with Nico being taken away first this time, though.
Yeah, Kachu didn't really have the greatest game on the Nico, so I'm not too surprised to see that one banned away on red instead. They don't want to give that one over to Cheese Chasers, and maybe Kachu needs some more games on it before pulling it out again. I know Kachu is really big on playing the assassin-style champion, so having a champion that doesn't have any inherent movement at all, I think was pretty telling for him that that's not something that he's incredibly used to. So we'll see how that goes. None of the enchanters are banned so far. The Yuumi and the Milio could be the last couple, though.
Entirely possible, as those were the first pretty prominent bans. Now we're taken away. The Yuumi as well was one that I expect to see, but instead this time it's the Lucian taken. So I wonder if Team Ambition wants to take the way as an option, or they could still, try to ban away the potential Darius counter picks as well as an or even the Cassante as well once again to deny that first pick. But like you mentioned, the Milio now gone. That means that Zeri Yuumi is on the table.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty terrifying, to be honest with you. I hope that they get split up in some way. Maybe Scooped or Sandwich wants to play one of them, and then Team Ambition takes the other. I think the safest option there would probably be to just first pick Yuumi. If you are scared of this combo, there are many times where that doesn't actually end up being as threatening as we expect in the draft, and it seems like this could actually just be one of those times. The Cheese Chasers going back to Aphelios for Scooped, and Team Ambition now have that opportunity to go for Zeri Yuumi.
Yeah, we saw last game as well too, because Zeri was constantly shut down, even though they got a kill early on. Never truly became a threat, which I find for Cheese Chasers was a great time. With early ADC lock in the Aphelios first pick, Team Ambition now have the options to see what they want to open up for the map themselves, and they take the early Maokai, so allowing Limo to get some more engage options and see how else he can be more active on the map. And they're going to deny the Lulu pick from the Aphelios, so what has been the most strongest enchanter side pick for themselves. Wait, I did see the Hover the Pantheon, which was banned last game, so Porsche has the option to take it.
That's true, yeah. We've seen quite a bit of Pantheon actually in the top lane recently. Saw it played yesterday on the B stream, and we've been seeing Niles in specific play it quite a lot over in NACL, and before that in the qualifiers when he was here. So, I don't know, maybe that is going to be something that Team Ambition decided to go for. Leaving open the Yuumi, I feel like Yuumi and Aphelios is actually a pretty good combo. Does less in lane than the Aphelios and the Lulu together, that's for sure. Still, the Aphelios becomes pretty unkillable late game and kind of early game too. I mean, Yuumi is just a beast. So we'll see if the Cheese Chasers want to go for that. The Sejuani, though, will be the lock-in for, well, that's a bit of a flex pick too. You can go top and go jungle.
That's true, yeah. Not showing their full hand just yet. The Pantheon hover, I think, is nice as well too, because you can deny the option from Porsche, who they were definitely looking at last time. And I think Beric makes the better pick. Plus, I think we saw Beric also saw him on the champion last week as well, who he was very, very good. Pantheon ran that lane, and I imagine with Team Ambition right now, they're rethinking what options they want, as Porsche was playing weak side for so long. But they pick the opposing hyper carry for Levitate.
Bit of a throwback pick, honestly. This Jinx hasn't been prevalent in the meta for quite some time. Maybe just charging up for the season 2 of Arcane. We still gotta see what's gonna happen with that rocket that's being thrown. You know what? I shouldn't spoil the show. Everyone go watch Arcane. It's on Netflix. Anyway, we still don't have a support pick for the Cheese Chasers. Looks like Team Ambition are leaning on banning those away at this point. Blitzcrank taken off the board for a Sandwich. Again, I think Yuumi is possible, but there's a lot of hesitancy with the Cheese Chasers for actually picking it themselves. So they instead go for what's probably going to be their jungle and their top lane here with the Sejuani and the Pantheon. So,
yeah. I would like another poke Enchantress as well for the Cheese Chasers, as I find Karma would fit great here, personally, as you can try to match the Lulu in terms of the poke. You also get the speed ups as well between two tier Sedge and Pantheon. Allow for a bit more allow for some more poke and shielding options as well. So I'm a big fan of that. Soraka I find as well too would have been really cool, but not gonna happen unfortunately, as they just take away option after option, and with the Olaf now banned away, Brick securing a better top lane matchup for himself alongside the Jack. So that gives it all up. I was thinking that maybe we shall see a Pantheon mid, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Porsche could potentially go for something like a tank up there, or a Gangplank. That is still a champion that is in the game, and Porsche is very skilled at. Instead, for now, it seems, considering the Jace could definitely still go mid. That is the flex pick option for a Team Ambition, just providing them with an extra poke and extra physical damage. At this point, I don't really like solo AP Maokai. I used to like it back when you could more reliably first item the Demonic Embrace. Not quite as good anymore, I will say. I think it's a lot stronger of a champion when it is that front line. So perhaps Team Ambition can lock in some sort of magic damage dealer in the top lane or mid lane, wherever the Jace doesn't go.
Now, considering the matchup so far, I find Jace would probably fit best in the top lane too, because you try to match the poke with the Pantheon and then also use your hammer to at least get away from you whenever he looks to just glomp onto you by just pushing every ability that he has and looking to push the spear through you. And yeah, that is indeed a Rise, and a assumable blind pick Rise as well. A confident choice where Team Ambition has a huge opportunity to get something for Kachu.
Yeah, I mean, G-Chasers were definitely lacking magic damage as well, so I'm not surprised to see some sort of mage. Rise hasn't been prevalent in a very, very long time, though, so pretty shocking to see. I mean, it's static Shiv meta, right? So, like, pretty much every champion that we're seeing mid lane somehow abuses that item. Rise doesn't do that, that's for sure. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's been quite some time. I feel like he does get poked out pretty easily by the Jace of Kachu, and now with Porsche locking in the Scion, Team Ambition has just like so much beef in the front. It's gonna take a bit of time before Rise can really start to pop off. But I guess that's true of Rise all the time. There's and it's just who he is.
Yeah, I imagine Rise also should not be looking to probably get static shift first. Like, we should see a tier early on, right, and then maybe build into it. As Rise,
I don't think he builds it at all. I don't think so. I don't think you're auto attacking too much as Rise. You gotta EQ.
You're right. EQ. Sometimes W. EQ.
Yeah.
EQ. You're right. You're
EQ,
fair
EQ.
enough. But sometimes also EEQ and then EQ and then EEQ. We set cooldown Q again. Yeah.
EEQ. Okay.
Yeah, because you can reset the cooldown of the Q once you go at EE once again. Not the Smash commentator, but the Rise well to it. Yeah.
Well said.
EVC. Yeah. Who's cool. Anyways, that's.
Then you get the Coney combo.
Yeah. You get the Coney combo, and sometimes even seems like TK Breezy as well. Yeah.
Yes, that's when you ult.
Yes, that's the ult is called TK Breezy.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one. But yeah, there's a lot of distance you can travel with the Rise Ultimate, the TK Breezy as it's called. There's also a lot of distance you can travel with our sponsor, Ravish.
That's true. In fact, yeah, we were to shout them out. But hey, guys, if you don't know, download Turo. It's great. I've used it a ton of times, and you can not get boring rental cars. Instead, you can get my favorite car, the Jeep Commando. Yeah.
All right. Wow. Why is that your favorite car?
I've just always been enthralled with square cars ever since I was young, and I like the idea of a Jeep. I like how you can, like take out the doors and a bunch of the other stuff, put them back on. It feels very free. I just like the shape of it too, and the grille at the front. What sucks is that it's an American car. American cars are awful, and it will break down and have constant problems, which is the part that hurts me. But otherwise, though, I like it a lot, and also it's so painfully inefficient on gas as well. But I can off-road with it in the city of Toronto, which I think will be fun. That's why.
Well, you know what? The cars won't break down on you when you're using Turo, because Turo is a very good app, and they'll keep you the quality. So don't worry. But
that is indeed true.
Maybe you don't get this Jeep that Ramesh is talking about.
Well, I mean,
maybe go for a different option.
It only happens like a couple of years in. All right, it's maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not even the Jeep Commando. I'm probably messing up the name, but like, it's the Jeep that everybody sees on the roads. But that's what it is. It's big. Okay. It's square. It's fun. Oh, and also, you know what sucks about it too? It doesn't have any room in the back seat. It doesn't have any room in the back seat, which I really dislike. I don't get that. If you want to go travel with your friends, they're just all hunched up, like, just waiting, hoping that they get to release their legs from this seat prison.
And that's really bad for you because you're 7'1", so.
Yeah, that's the toughest part of my existence, personally. Every single day I wake up with my feet dangling off my tiny bed, and I wake up to think, man, if only I went into basketball and not casting, where would I be right now? Probably drafted, in fact. Drafted, doing my thing. I would have been.
On the Spurs.
I'd be on the Spurs. No, I would be on Golden State alongside Chris Paul to get my ring.
Oh yeah. True. You don't think you're better than Wembanyama? I think you could get there.
I don't.
Well, you wouldn't have been drafted this year. You would have been drafted, ages ago.
Did you watch the draft this year, then?
No, I don't really know any of those players. So
you know what? I don't either.
Yeah, I like it's cool. But it's kind of like watching it's like watching a graduation that your like little relative is attending. Yeah. And you're like, oh, I know that one, and then everyone else you're just kind of sitting there for hours, and it's like, okay,
yeah. That's a really good simile. I like that. But you know what? If this game starts to get out of hand, we can talk about Chris Paul on Golden State, because I don't want to hear your opinion.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of getting into game, here we are in the game. Cheese Chasers up 1 against Team Ambition. Again, that is a seeding upset if the Cheese Chasers can secure themselves the victory and move all the way over to the playoffs. If Team Ambition do lose here, or if either team loses here, really, they will have another chance, because that is how the group stage works. You are in the upper bracket right now. There's another chance against the winner of our next series that's going to be going on today. And yes, there is 2 best of 3s today.
Indeed, as there have been for many times. If you didn't know that, where have you been? Ao Jun is taking a ton of damage, so he might actually have to back here and TP back in, which is gonna suck. But PC Porsche playing interference. He stays in the lane and pops a pot. A bold play, because Kachu can progressively just poke him down at level 3, has kill threat.
Yeah, Kachu actually did take some damage back as well, so it's not like it's completely one-sided on the trade. You're 100% right, though. Ao Jun feeling the pain against this Jace matchup, and this is something that we highlight as being probably an issue for the laning phase of the Cheese Chasers. Ao Jun Yeah, it's going to be a long time before you get that late game Rise fulfillment. Later, though, if there is that front line possible from Porsche and Limo, you will get a lot of time to E, and then Q, and then E and Q.
That's speaking of Eing and Qing, that's a W, a Q, one more. Q's not up for another 4 seconds. But he still gets it with a snipe from Barrick.
Wow, Porsche had flash there too, but just decided not to go for it. And now the Cheese Chasers got that first blood, and maybe another kill too.
Flash for Flash, taking, knocks him back, but oh, Kachu's dead.
Wow.
So Chris Paul on Golden State Smack.
3 minutes in, you're calling the game. I don't know. I can't blame you. This is a pretty disastrous situation now for Team Ambition. Solo kill up top, another kill as well for Aojun, and they invaded the red buff. Look at the red pit on Cheese Chaser's side now. Limo's trying to do something, but he's warded out. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he can't even get him if he wants to. He's dropped a couple of little homies down there.
Thanks for the
but
leash.
They both go on the red, and yep, that's a leash easily given over. Quite can deny this. And with his bot lane also having priority, you see Scoop, you know, like, merited that a bit. But he's decently low, gets the smite back. Might have to flash here, should get it. Yep, there we go. Pops over, flashes on top of him. Scoop trying to move, but oh! Who's been too quick? Snow 2 might be dead, but instead comes and scooped. Everybody's here, Kachu's around, and this might be a dive, but they're not confident enough. Oh, Scoop got too greedy. He could have lived, and that is an unfortunate kill given over.
Yeah, you got to respect the crowd control of the Maokai, which I think... Oh, yeah, okay, so I think Sandwich... Yep. Oh, no.
Still there?
No, okay.
Yep, passive.
Holy
Nice.
moly. Okay, well, you also have to kind of respect the crowd control of Sejuani, it turns out. Limo, not quite tanky enough to go for anything like that. I think Kachu is dead.
Kachu is...
Ooh,
it would have
nice.
been dead if there was a flash. But yeah, that's kind of the interaction that I was talking about as well in Draft 2, how this works well with the Jace, because you can kind of smack away all of your troubles whenever you need to, but also because that move is on such a long cooldown. If you do use it early, you have no other escape options besides your flash. And Kachu, it's gonna take a while before he is strong enough. Cool. With Lima mirroring right now, of course, the top lane, as Barrick just gets to have a free lane at this point.
Yeah, there are a lot of free lanes, I think, happening right now for the Cheese Chasers, as was true of the last game. Now Aojun, with that early kill, has been doing a great job, and Kachu, roaming down bottom lane, did pick himself up a kill onto Scooped. I don't know just how worth it that actually was. He's going to be down in experience against a Rise that never is going to feel great, and you are going to get out-roamed once Rise has ult, too.
Using the W early on, look at the stacks back up, so it'll be a while before we can get any more. Flash there for Porsche, waiting for the dashes on land. Lands the passive, but Porsche will survive once more and is out of range of the spear.
This time Porsche decides to flash away, and it will be the safety of him as well. Team Ambition seeing Kryra up on top side, actually starting up with Drake. That's going to be one of the first early objectives that they've been able to take, and well, definitely in this game, but last game, if you remember, had a really big struggle actually going for any of those because the lanes were losing so bad, and Kryra on the Zac was able to just go and pick up all of them. Quite the opposite this time around. Team Ambition sneak into this pit and find themselves nice little Ocean Drake. Also, Levitating Snow doing a great job with their CS lead.
They're doing fantastic, especially because of Scoop dying at a pretty hefty wave as well. So setting far behind now with the call, waiting to stack that up as fast as you possibly can, and especially with a Yuumi right on Aphelios, right, you're not putting out the same sort of pressure and poke that you might want to, I find, that you could with, for example, a Lulu. So definitely dominance lands on their side, and Jinx is, I'm sure, very, very happy about the Levitate. Had a tough game last time on after getting just poked out over and over again, so happy for him.
Yeah, I am too. I think he's going to feel much better about this. Especially if Limo gives him the same level of attention that he did last game. A lot of turret plates were taken even without the Rift Herald because Limo just kept on walking down bot, saying hi, and then leaving. And sometimes that's all you need to do. Sometimes all it takes is a greeting to make someone's day better. Hello, Twitch chat.
I was wondering where you wouldn't go with that, but you know what? That's not bad. Yeah. Also, yeah. Hi, what's up? For all people that are watching, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you had breakfast.
I also hope that.
Yeah, if you did it, that's unfortunate. But what is fun though, is that we're seeing a very early lane swap. So, likely positioning towards getting Rift Herald. Right up for Team Ambition. They were struggling to get neutrals last time, so this is a good call.
Yeah, I agree. We're gonna probably get a turret plate on their way here too, unless Barrick decides to drop from the skies, which he's definitely considering doing right about now. Yep, here it is.
There we are. From the skies he goes. Gets the stun, gets locked down though, but otherwise, it's Snow 2 is the first target. There's his Wadi passive, one for Barrick. Ooh, missing the ultimate, but just barely gonna look for the dive. And a nice little smite. Quira is just so tanky. Scoop will pick one up.
5 members up on this top side for the Cheese Chasers. Team Ambition thought they were clever by bringing up Levitate and Snow a little bit early, sending Porsche down bottom lane, trying to get the lane state for this. Now, I think they're clever again.
You know, this is a bit ambitious, but he gets a lot of damage onto Arjun, and Crier them are quite low. They could get the smack down. There we go. That's Kachu gone. Missing the Q. It lands the ultimate. A decent amount of damage onto Limo. And it's ooh, that barely misses. Oh, man. Ah, close enough. But Limo's got to get out of here, too. Kachu trying to take this fight. My brother, the Uni is on top of him. Snow's now once again here. If that was not a grab, that would be a kill. Scoop has no, does have flash, but instead he chooses to walk out.
Oh man, Snow is, I think, still going to try bullying them to his death, I think.
Yes, indeed. That is one more auto again. There we go. Scoop gets another. Get the exhauster onto Limo. And Scoop now will trade again.
Man. Alright, this game got really scrappy really fast. Jinx ultimate just going to be fired underneath that turret, trying to stop the recall out of Scoop. Because Team Ambition, they want all of the time in the world to actually hit this Rift Herald. And after all that, Ravish, Porsche is up to the top lane to help them out.
He's waiting for the wave to be pushed in. Fighting inside a wave isn't exactly ideal. Land the W. There we go. Arjun gets the second.
I mean, these map movements from the Cheese Chasers are seemingly so unexpected for the members of Team Ambition, who are just trying to go for the objective game this time around, finding themselves victim to so many picks in their lanes as well. Now Team Ambition, they do have Rift Herald trying to get some extra plate money over onto Levitate, who, as we keep saying, does have this really strong advantage, but is it going to get picked again by the teleport?
Using it early as well. Maokai ultimate with Arjun around for the TP. Crider can't find the engage and they get out very quickly. I like that tech as well by using the Maokai ultimate for the speed up as well. That was really smart by Limo.
Yeah, that was quite nice. Just making sure that nobody could come at the Jinx at any single angle. Team Ambition, I mean, oh my god. Don't let it happen again.
It might just happen again. One more proc for the roots and there we are. Scooped as well as climbing his way back up, just a little bit behind on farm by exactly 1 in fact, but he is also closer to finishing off his call than Levitate, so also race between the two.
Yeah, Kachu is in a spin cycle right now. He is, he needs to take a moment to breathe because he keeps finding himself caught out. Right as soon as he gets to lane, he thinks he's safe. He thinks, all right, I've gone for this reset. I died. That was not very good. Now I need to just go back to farming. And then he gets caught again. And it's happened 3 times now. He needs to be much more careful in these exchanges and just play with his head on a swivel, making sure to not get too far and get caught out, which, oh, bad news. Bad news.
Seems as though no swivels will be had here. Kachu, but will get out. See, look at that. Smacks him away and uses the blast cone to gain some extra space. But This will result in a trade of towers at least, but actually a lot more attention being paid. This game has not stopped happening. It's minute 1.
Ah, yes. The cycle of life and death continues.
They will
Kacha will
die.
die. He keeps on getting killed in this one. This is pretty brutal.
Fun question for Twitch chat. Which League of Legends champion says that line? Vote below on your phones.
I was going to reveal it. I had a...
No.
Alright, well, I'll let them figure it out.
Yeah.
Should I open Twitch chat to see who gets it correct?
That'd be interesting. Why not? Yeah. Let's see who got it correct.
Alright,
but
see, yeah.
here's the thing: because we already asked it, we won't see the previous answers until we load in the chat. Right? That's the issue.
Nard Bomber 3 said Nasus. Well done.
That is correct. Nard Bomber 3. Congrats. You get a shout out on the Twitch.
Yeah, we said your name.
Yeah.
All right, and that's the last time I'm looking at Twitch chat today.
Woo! All right.
Congratulations. I was gonna say, who is your favorite dog champion? Is it Nasus? Is it Warwick? Or is it the new Nefiri?
I do like the new Nefiri. I'm a big fan of movement-based assassins with dashes. That is most of them. But the ability to follow up and create minions, as you know, is something close to my heart as a Nordic player. So it really just becks and calls to me.
Is it you're hearing the call of the wolf?
I will not
like
be
that
howling.
that werewolf image where he's like ripping his shirt off.
You know,
That one?
Did you see me do that?
Yes. That is why I brought that up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was fun.
I don't know.
Good job.
I don't know why I posted that.
It was perfect. You did a great job.
Thank you. I got a lot of DMs and people in Discord being like, "Are you okay, bro?"
Hey, you know, people looking out for you. That's nice.
Yeah, it wasn't a lookout so much so as, "Why are you doing this? Why did I have to see
Genuine
this today?"
concern.
Yeah.
Like,
Disgust.
Do we need to call somebody for you?
But let's get a good little call on this game as to what's going on here. Because as of right now, it's just been a pretty neutral state, farm after farm, wave after wave. As what has been the most exciting 10 minutes in League of Legends so far in the series, and they've calmed down and decided that Kachu gets to live for at least 2 more minutes. We'll see if that changes as Barrick is they're matching him.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Team Ambition needed to do. I'm really glad that they took this time to have that little bit of a mental reset, go back to playing safe and just playing for that farm. They do have this Jinx who's quite powerful in this game. Not quite 3 kills powerful. The plates have been going very well in the direction of Levitate, though, and I think he's going to be very appreciative of that, as he's basically the big damage dealer of this team. There's not really any other damage source for Team Ambition apart from some shock blasts here and there.
Yeah, not much to do. Ooh, trying to make a pick onto Snow too. We'll get the flash out. And Breakna also around, investing a lot of ultimates here to get the wall growth. Flash right on top and a big kaboom.
Flash and heal and all used for Snow, and it's just not enough at all. Caught out and murdered, even through flashing away from that Sejuani ultimate. It was just so close. But the Cheese Chasers, they don't really care who they are picking out. They just want to kill somebody to get that additional pressure on the map and then take it over to that Rift Herald, trying to get some of these turrets taken down, which they haven't actually done quite yet. All of them are quite low, but they do need that extra push.
Yeah, just need some more map control to be able to push as either as 2 or 3. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, right, it's been Kachu who's been slowly whittling away at this bottom tower. That's the second tower of the game, in fact. But with them now seeing all the pressure there, and likely also seeing where Limo is too, they should finally be able to pick up their first tower, Summer Herald. But they will lose 2 towers for the 1. June was looking to defend it, but too much pressure, might just die here. In fact, gets the speed up because the phase rush gets out of there.
Gonna the okay there for Aojun. Did have to flash, as you said. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the Reptile gets another charge off. Force tries to ult away.
He manages to get it, like you're saying, gets caught in the middle, but get the flash. Rice Rockets! They get the trade, but now comes in the rest of the team. Scoop flashes over the ultimate onto Limo, forcing a bunch of damage. They have to use the ultimate just so he doesn't die. And all those sums now blown. Scoop staying alive, Brick there for the support. And we're back to the action here, folks. Has not stopped, in fact, as Kachu now comes in, but he was quite far ahead, is healed up enough, but to get that on June, all that damage earlier on does enough. Barrick as well, getting poked down. We're saying Levitate doesn't have 3 kills just yet, but now that he's at 3, he does so much damage. A shutdown, Barrick can't do it, Wall goes back up, and Kachu gets retribution.
Oh, the Cheese Chasers got themselves chased in the end. All the resets there for Levitate. He just got so much gold. Look at all of that he's about to spend. That's a full Infinity Edge for himself right now. Yes, it was a Rare Herald. Yes, it was 2 turrets for the Cheese Chasers. The aftermath, what they had to pay to get it, far, far outweighs the results. And man, the Cheese Chasers now find themselves at a huge deficit. Kachu may be dead though.
He is slowed down. They have a lot of CC on him, but yeah, I think Snowshoe's not going to be here in time to stop this, get the shielding, and they want to give that over our June, but might not happen. And yeah, that's enough to dissuade the pick. Not enough damage yet on this Rise.
Wow, Kachu's quite fast with those phase rush and the Lulu movement speed thanks to the Aurelius.
Ooh. That was the ambitious play by Barrick, and he gets caught in the middle of it. Yeah, no one even close to Levitate in the middle, dodge the projectiles, and the same result once again. Overextension. We're going to game 3.
Yeah, we're definitely going to game 3. I mean, Jinx, these resets are just completely ridiculous. The Cheese Chasers, they've spent most of this game looking for picks exactly like this, but now that Team Ambition are at a state of the game where they can just stack up as 5 and survive every single thing thrown at them, it becomes so difficult to actually go for this. Although, did Team Ambition go too far? Can they actually end the game right now? The death timers are pretty short. I think they've got it.
Yeah, they got it. They literally rushed it down. They said they were strong enough. And at 19 minutes, we'll get one of our fastest endings in the qualifiers. 1-1 for Team Ambition, and to be fair, the game was exciting, it was fun, but the Cheese Chasers overextended, didn't build up enough of a lead on the map, and gave up too much. Where now we look at game 3 as expected.
Man, Kachu got put in that spin cycle very early on, and then he hit the Unu reverse card. Put him right back into where he was, swapped positions, and the Cheese Chasers found themselves getting caught up in the moment of just trying to go for play after play after play. Can't do that into Jinx. When she gets to survive, when she gets to get all the resets off, the Infinity Edge hits, the Kraken Slayer hits, she can completely wipe a full team fight. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Team Ambition, it went as fast as it came. I mean, that was, as you said, the fastest game that we've seen, I think, easily in the group stage.
We'll see if next game it can get even faster. For now, we'll cut to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 3.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
19 minutes and 55 seconds. That's how long it takes for me to make my entire box of bagel bites, and how long it took for the last game to finish. Welcome back to the Qualifiers. I'm Ravage, joined once again by Smacks, and we're into draft.
Yes, we are. Team Ambition, they bounced back very, very quickly, and they weren't even the team that picked Zach in the first game. Look at that. We are back to the same size, actually, as game 2. So the Cheese Chasers choosing back to blue. And Team Ambition, I think Team Ambition's actually the first team to pick red of any of them that I've seen. So that's actually pretty curious. I wonder what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, Team Ambition, if they win this game, it's a reverse sweep.
That is true. Yeah, it would be kind of huge, especially because, game 1 was very one-sided. Game 2 was tumultuous, to say the least, but Team Ambition played a good macro game and also had Jinx, so they did well. Now game 3, the Gragas alongside the LeBlanc and Yumi band makes sense, and on the other end, Milio, Nico, and Kinder, so they kind of kept the same sort of pace. But what has continued to trade sides has been this Lulu, which is proven to be quite a threat.
Yeah, Lulu first pick is a very, very interesting meta adaptation that we're seeing in the game through this draft. I mean, this is the stuff that makes you love best of 3s and best of 5 series, where you just have the wackiest things going on in the later stages of these games and the later stages of these drafts. Team Ambition are going to go right back to the Maokai. That worked pretty well for Limo after the level 1 shenanigans where he got invaded, of course.
It was fun, to say the least, but I wonder if they get to recreate that alongside what they did to Kachu as well, which was just so unfair.
Wow.
Rough times overall.
Back to Jinx,
but I mean, that is true. That is indeed Jinx, where that worked out for them fantastically. And I wonder if they respond in kind with the Velios, or they take the Varus as well, which was denied as another option. Zeri could be interesting into a Jinx. I find 2 decently short-range ADCs, both with hyperscaling abilities. And yeah, Cheese Chasers opt in for the green-haired shorty.
Yeah, all right. No more Aphelios for Scooped, even though it was available. I'm pretty surprised to see that one. I feel like his Aphelios has been really, really good throughout this entire series. But yeah, just trying to go for that change of pace area. Of course, the incredibly mobile hyper carry for that late game. That is until she gets hit by multiple Maokai roots. So that can be pretty tricky to combat, as Scooped will have to find a way to do so later on to this game.
And we'll get the Jace as well, so that's still a flex pick given over to either Barrick or our June. That trades sides, but last time we did see the Harvard of the Soraka being banned away, and this would be really fun to have on Team Ambition side to give them some more poke power and also give the Jinx some more sustain as it was dive after dive after dive, so that silence can really help them in terms of looking to thwart that away. And there we go. The Soraka now also an option. Team Ambition picking some fun things.
Yeah, this is the big healer that's been banned a bit in this series already, but this is the first time it's actually hitting the Rift. I always like having Soraka with a really strong frontline, because when you have more tanky stats like armor magic resistance, that makes the heals even better as Soraka. So yeah, that's math right there for you, as Zach gets taken off the board. Still no jungler for the Cheese Chasers, as they instead decide to go for that early Jace as a denial pick away from Kachu, who, as you said before, had a really sad time, especially early game on that Jace last game.
Yeah, it was, I'm sure, very unfun for him. Nonetheless, for now, we'll see what the rest decide to pick up. The Malphite now banned away, so signaling more and more that this is a top lane pick for Barrick. And might be another pan for that, as they've also denied the Zac and, of course, the Sejuani as well. From Kryra, 2 very fun picks that with the Cheese Chasers getting picks very easy. So I wonder what he decides to opt into now. We just see the Wukong already before. And the Olaf also now gone. Yeah, this is definitely a top lane Jace.
Oh yeah, heavily attacking that top lane with the bans. I mean, you could, I guess, pick Malphite in mid lane if Jace goes there. I can't imagine it'd be that bad. Wave clear is pretty rough, but I mean, hey, you know, Doing B won a world championship with it, so can't be too upset. There's another frontliner for Team Ambition, potentially going to be going into that Jace, as you mentioned. This is also technically at flex pick. Can put the Cassante in the mid lane, and it bolsters that front line that I mentioned being so powerful for the Soraka. However, if it is indeed going to be Cassante top lane, we may be seeing the Darius lock in again for Barrack, which was so good in that first game.
Yeah, excellent so far. Barrack dominated with it, and yeah, that will be the Barrack the top lane too after seeing the Cassante. So maybe I wasn't super sure on what was where the Jace is going to be. Nonetheless, for now, the final locking will be the jungle pick too. Let's see what more they have up their sleeve for playmaking junglers, as they've already shown. Damage. Yeah, already shown a couple of things. I was excited about this previously. I don't know if it'll happen. Yeah! Woo! I love that.
Okay, that's really exciting. We now have that additional magic damage on the side of Cheese Chasers, as my camera showed my very delayed reaction to that one. That's really funny to see in after the fact. But yeah, Cheese Chasers now have that additional assassin threat, the stealth as well, that can cause problems for the Jinx later on. However, this is not the only comfort pick that gets locked in here, Ravish. It is Gangplank for Porsche. This is now the matchup into the Darius, and Cassante does indeed go mid lane for Kachu. Wow, a lot of flexibility, a lot of unique champions here in the draft for the final game.
I am a fan of this. Team Ambition resorting back to comfort and taking just massive front lines, putting all their eggs into the Jinx person. On the other end, Cheese Chasers deciding to pick some very extravagant decisions in terms of champions. And I am waiting with bated breath and for a hopeful heart for another very tumultuous game. But I imagine Team Ambition have learned their lesson. Will not happen. They've got good scaling options, and that GP I know for Porsche will do excellently against his Barrack pick. You can just literally poke him out from halfway across the lane. Once he gets a couple more points in his E, they now have goal war pressure as well, which was matched last time by all the Pantheon and of course the Sejuani being so fast around the game. And currently TA 1-0 up, like you're saying, can have the potential to make the reverse sweep, as there's only our first series of the day. We do, in fact, have one more, but as it stands as of right now, Cheese Chasers, let's see what kind of face they show us this game.
I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, this series has been it's been really interesting. The team fights have been super fun. Team Ambition kind of thrashed that second game after getting just pretty demolished by the Cheese Chasers on a macro sense for most of the early game of Game 2 and the entirety of Game 1 as well. Team Ambition kind of found their footing back into that game off the back of the Jinx resets, which is why they go for that pick very early on into the draft here for the third and final game. As a reminder, as this is just the best of three, this is the last game, and whoever wins this one makes it over to the playoffs, which are going to be happening starting next weekend, actually exactly a week from today. The quarterfinals will begin next Sunday, so that's going to be really exciting to look forward to. And the loser will have another chance to make it to that playoffs as well as the second seed, and they will be playing against the winner of Aporia and Teamless Revenge, which is later on today. So, yeah, very fun.
We only have 2 more weeks left of this qualifier spec. That's so sad.
After today, yeah. It's
yeah.
But we have, after today, 7 whole weeks of the qualifiers as a whole. And then we have the promotion tournament. So
that is true.
Don't get too sad. Still have a lot of action.
Okay. All right, fine. I will make myself happy once more. If it was that easy, you know, I should talk to my therapist about this. Be like, you know, I've decided. Let me just smile more and see if that works. Life is great. Things are fine.
Wow.
Anyways, wow. Yeah, it's working already. I have no negative thoughts in my head. Yeah, if you guys are feeling down, just smile. All of this just gets better.
CJ is making a guest appearance on the stream. You see that?
I saw it, yeah.
He's walking around. As I said before, I have to keep my door open because there's no air conditioning in this room. And let's do another temperature check right now.
Ooh.
Yep, it is 83 degrees. So,
Ooh. Do you
very
have
warm.
any windows in that room?
I do have a window, but it's blocked by the blackout curtains. Would you like to see what it looks like when those are open?
I would be interested, actually. Yeah, I want to see what
I'll
goes
mess
down.
up my lighting for you. Let me.
Thank you. I want to just understand what happens when you go ahead and open those. Which, by the way, Summer has fantastic room. My God, that is extremely bright. You are now painfully overexposed. It's as though you've never seen sun a day in your life, Summer.
Yeah. So now everyone has that you can go back and screenshot, I suppose. So let me.
Oh, and you've also got the Walmart gaming chair. I love that.
The Walmart gaming chair? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I got it from Office Max.
Yeah, like, cause like that's the gaming chair that everybody buys as their like like baby's first gaming chair. That's what that's.
This
that's
is
what
this is actually not my first gaming chair, but it is a very comfy one. I went through a few rotations, but yeah, this one was the most comfortable one. And for some reason, even though it's leather, my cats stay away from it, so that's nice. They don't poke holes in this one. So.
That's nice. Leather also makes things much warmer, by the way. But hey, mesh would be nice, and let's go ahead and mesh ourselves into this game number 3. Pressure for playoffs right now for both of these teams, with some very fun drafts all throughout the series. I've been having a wonderful time.
I have too. It's been a nice time here in this series, and yeah, this is only the first one today. We still have another one left later on for all you Aporia fans and all you Teamless Revenge fans, or just any Qualifiers fans in general. And if you're an NACL fan, well, I have good news for you on that front as well. That is starting in just a little bit. Over on the NACL channels, LCS_Challengers and Path LCS. That'll be up in about an hour. So,
yeah.
Hooray.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and stick around, you can stick it on at Rally Cry as well, just to make sure there's no interruptions. But either way, yeah, and it's still going on. I always do enjoy the weekends as well, where there's just so much League of Legends action to enjoy, from from LEC to NACL to even just NSL proper as well. So it makes things very engaging, exciting. You can spend your whole day from 9 a.m. till like 9 p.m. watching League of Legends, and watch your Sunday just slip by as once again a hot start between both these teams. Aojun contributing a bunch of damage. Aojun was almost dead. So is Limo. First blood. Now into Kachu they might go, but it's Aojun who takes the
These
yeah.
level 1s are just they're a little too much for me, to be honest. I don't think I can keep up as Kryra gets to steal away that big raptor, all the little ones too, and he even gets to go steal the red side raptors as Limo is forced to start on the bottom side of the map. What a sad little Maokai. What can he do? Starting wolves.
The saddest tree in the rainforest, whose twigs summer will use to break me. I agree. Very, very sad. But alongside that, I think there were 4 flashes blown in general. And Barrick is, oh man, he's proxying everywhere. Yeah. Barrick, this is cringe. Don't do this. This is cringe, Barrick.
Counterpick is feeling less and less good by the second, as he gets proxied by the Darius, who doesn't have teleport, by the way, is Ghost and Flash. So we'll have to walk all the way back to lane, but now that he's got his boots and an extra refillable potion to boot, this is going to be a pretty easy lane for him so far anyway. But nice on Porsche to match all the CS and farm very well under the turret. This is, of course, his most comfortable champion.
This is also the only skin I've seen Porsche use on GP as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I believe it's constantly, I think it's like the military gameplay, something like that. Oh! Almost dead. One Murado. Might you look for the poke? 3 more maybe, actually. Nah. Not gonna get it.
Very, very close. Yeah, the health potion's helping out a little bit alongside the Doran's regeneration. So I think Kryra's, yeah, he was maybe gonna get invaded, but nope. Limo can't do anything but, again, leash the red buff with his sapling. This is the second time in 2 games that Limo has done this. Cryo's still kind of running the rift, and this is on Evelyn, mind you. This is one of the weakest level 1 junglers of all time. It just doesn't even matter. Limo's just run around.
Yeah, Limo just cannot fight her. Ooh! Taking advantage of that push with an early gank, and can't get the kill at Takachu. In fact, gets blown up in the middle of the power slam.
Yeah.
Nice retribution.
Actually, did mess up his barrel chain a little bit there. Didn't end up mattering too much to get the first blood, or not the first blood, the first kill of the game for Team Ambition. As Aojin now has to teleport back into lane. And, oh my god, Horse getting ghosted on.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, close.
Small bit off the. If he gets the pull, then Porsche is almost surely dead. Speaking of being dead, Limo might be on the docket. Gets slowed. There's Limo, and there's Evelyn also around. A Scoop gets the kill. Next target around. Cryer trying to put as much damage as possible.
What?
Staying alive. Small bit of burst heal, and almost gets out of there. But Levitate gets the reset. Scoop wants to get it, hop over the wall. So to the next target, and back and fro we go once again with a very hot start of this game.
Cryer stayed alive for ages there, but does eventually go down, giving over the reset to Levitate alongside a kill, getting that chain started very, very early. And that is one good thing about these constant plays for Team Ambition. The Jinx gets money, but everything else, I mean, Limo continues to struggle in this game for sure. Only level 4, only having taken 5 camps in this game at 5 minutes. A rate of 1 camp per minute is not ideal for me.
Yeah, this is a you know, that's a very Ravish way to farm, I'd say, but it has definitely made things very hard for him, because like you're saying, Quira, we've already seen throughout this entire series has been shown themselves to be an extremely active jungler. Not only in their laners' lives, but also in Limo's jungle as well, who's been having a very hard time trying to get anything worthwhile as he continues to get small chickens and maybe a wolf or two if Cryer hasn't already taken them. So, enjoying his time on the rift, I'm sure.
Kachu, meanwhile, is trying to enjoy some mid-lane gaming. Up 10 CS in this lane, not too shabby at all. Into the Jace. The tank counter pick, I guess, into the Chase seems to be working just fine for Kachu right now. This is the strongest I feel like he's been in the early stages of the game throughout the entire series, because he's been bullied pretty relentlessly. You see, Cryer does have the stealth activated for Evelyn.
Looking around to get the smite. Will be taken by Limo, but Kachu with the engage. The sandwich is dead. Hops over the wall. Getting one more knockup as possible. Staying alive for a little bit, but it's only out June with 1. They lose 3 in the entire exchange, and Levitate got a triple kill.
Yeah, all 3 of the kills going to Levitate, and the Drake taken by Team Ambition. I mean, this game, it just turned around so fast. What? Cryer was dunking on everybody so hard, and then, nope, Jinx got excited. Just too excited for the Cheese Chasers to bear, and also Porsche had the ultimate on top of all of that. 3 assists for the Pirate up in the top lane. Barrick getting a little jealous, you have to imagine, of all this kill participation that's possible thanks to the globals.
We did see last time that Barrick had to wait a long time before he got involved with the game, and once he did, he worked his way up basic skills. But until that point, they was not able to do anything. As also because they had almost 3 advantageous lanes, so Cryer got to free farm for however long he wanted to. And as that stands, not gonna be the case currently, as our June is taking a bit of a beating, and the goal lead is firmly on the side of NPC of Team Ocean at some point too.
Yeah, I mean the lead is all in Levitate's pockets right now. There's a lead for Cryer, of course. This Evelyn has still got 5 camps up on Limo. That's not insignificant. But the carry potential of Levitate, especially now that he has that triple kill, 4 of them total for himself. I mean, this game is going to be really difficult for the Cheese Chasers, especially compared to what they were expecting, I think, after the first few levels of the jungle play.
Cryer has tried his best to just stuff Liam out of the game, but Liam still continues to find ways to get back in and just become useful. And that's the power of Maokai at this point, where you have an ultimate, you have CC, you don't have to be the biggest carry, you just have to make sure your team stays alive. If you can set up your now 4-1 Jinx to do more across the map. As Lima once again, first to the take for early objectives, and with Kachu now having the space to roam as well, he can always act as an extra support. They pulled the same lane swap here, so they're going to funnel more gold in Levitate.
Definitely going to appreciate that. Up 20 CS, up 3 kills over Scoops. All of that just in the isolated matchup, and now perhaps some more turret platings on top of it all. This is the late game win condition that Team Ambition had last game and are looking to have again this game. As Porsche could potentially start getting bullied.
Yeah, he wants to get the minions down, but by the time they die, so does he. Unfortunate.
I'm going to try to flash out of that one. Does finish his first item. That's quite nice. This is still just a...
Nice. A little movement there, though. Taking some damage. Yeah. Kachu just more survivability there and more CC chain too. So the solo kill finally onto Arjun after the 3 games of bullying. And you know what? If they win this game, I want to talk to Kachu. See how he's doing. Just check in on him.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too. I mean, we interviewed him last weekend. He seemed pretty confident about this team. It was very exciting to hear. And now getting that solo kill, I'm sure feels absolutely great. On a champion that is pretty antithetical to what we usually see out of him. The assassins are what he's really known for this time. Playing a frontliner, playing the tank, and still finding solo kill opportunities. Meanwhile, the rest of his team getting the full 5-plate deal up with the Rift Herald. All of them going over to Levitate, who again just so rich on this Rift.
A nice little meal that they get for themselves too. It's you usually get that at a fancy restaurant in terms of a full course, but they mercy find themselves something in the top lane. Not Team Ambition. They seem like what they set up for themselves in the game 1 is exactly what's been recreated recreated for themselves in game 2 is recreated in game 3 as well. With Levitate super far ahead, getting tower for tower, and NPC not being able to find the same sort of pressure on the map. But now we just have to see if they look to extend it. NPC is not being nearly as aggressive, but they are still, looking to make plays as much as they can as they're centered on the mid lane.
The last game ended up being much faster than I think anyone was expecting, and that was because the Cheese Chasers just gave into the momentum that Team Ambition continued to have thanks to Levitate. This time around, they need to have a more calculated approach to make sure that Levitate can't just get excited and pop off in every single 5v5 exchange that happens in this game. They have some countermeasures. They have the stealth possibilities from Cryer. They also have Scooped, who's much more mobile this time around as opposed to the Aphelios game. Some ways that Cheese Chasers can stop the Jinx. I don't know if it's going to be possible though. Levitate is just so powerful. Instead, they're choosing to attack other avenues.
Yeah, they even popped the ultimate here as well just to ensure that Kachu dies. He stayed alive for quite some time. They missed everything on him. Oh my god, Kachu with the moves. Can't get the knockback into the tower and even putting the Gangplank ultimate on him. That is ridiculous. Wow.
Now Aljun's got to be pretty careful. Okay, he definitely knows that Lima's in this vicinity. I think he gets to live, but does Kachu, because Kryra is still on the prowl on this Evelyn. Okay, yeah, nobody's even around. I don't think he can get this one. He doesn't have his Evelyn ultimate. Just going over here for very little reason, it seems. Meanwhile, Team Ambition get to pile drive these turrets again and again. They're now at 9 plates in this game. There goes a 10th. This one going for Porsche. It's a lot of gold for Team Ambition. It was up about 1,500 gold.
Yeah, they've just been stacking that up continuously. That's what they did last game as well too, where they may not have been up in the kill economy, but they are continuing to be up as well. Use the ultimates. Really well played by Kachu, but can he kill Kyra before Arjun comes?
Ooh.
Answer no.
Well done from Aojun, flashing to help out his jungler in that exchange. Kachu, after getting ganked a bunch of times over there, does finally drop as Kryra, by the skin of his teeth, manages to be in the right position and not get hit by that Jinx ultimate. It's really just a crapshoot for Levitate, who does end up whiffing.
I do respect Levitate for putting those out, like constantly in any gauge that happens. Like, you know, trying to see if he can maybe get a sniper across the map. Has done it last game, albeit in a straight line, but still did get one though. So that's at least you know, we know that he has the opportunity and the skill to get this, but may not be the most accurate of players currently. Unless for now, for Lima, trying to get some of his farm as he roughly deserves, gets denied again. Sad.
He's trying his best. You know, you got to give him credit. He keeps going back to the Raptor camp, keeps attempting it. He keeps getting denied every single time. I think that's 3 in a row where he just can't secure that camp. But again, you got to give him credit. He's anything. Yeah. He's anything but a coward.
And right now, I believe Aojun is scared because he's dead. There's 3 people in front of him. The tower is gone, and finally, not really getting to stay in bot lane, but Kryra. So you can find one. He can at least delay their backs, but I don't know if he can kill anybody here.
Oh, it's Gangplank. Oh!
That puts it out, and he's dead. Nice!
Wow. Well, yeah, waiting for those recalls to go through for Team Ambition. Just isolating Porsche, who sticks around too long. These are the kind of things you need to respect when you are playing against a stealth champion like Evelyn. And Porsche did not get the memo on that. Teleport into the river, I think in an effort to apply pressure to this Rift Herald.
They are first to the take. Aojun sandwich and scooped around. It's a 3v3. Kryra now around as well. Like you're saying, we need to respect this too. Barrick drops in. That was a really nice engage. Immediate smack, and Levitate should also be dead. A shutdown given over to the Evelyn.
You ever see Darius with Zach E? Because I think that's just what just happened onto Levitate and Snow. I don't think Darius should have access to that spell. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that that's problematic for League of Legends to have in it.
Yeah.
As Levitate and Snow fall victim to the Chemtech Rifts. 2 crucial kills, one of them being a massive shutdown onto the win condition of Team Ambition. Now, 2 deaths on this Jinx.
Yeah. Darius having slingshot like spiders flying. Stuff of nightmares, really. It's things that nobody wants to see ever. But hey, League of Legends has done interesting things before. Who's to say they may not do it? Just to see if they can test us and what we'll stand for. If not, whereas right now, he's thankfully farming and looking to walk into lane on a peaceful flex, but that may change at any moment. As a middle lane tower is chunked but not taken.
I think Sandwich sneezed on his keyboard a little bit there, ulted in response to the Jinx rocket.
Maybe he was scared. I don't know.
He was definitely scared. Yeah. No, that was... Look at this, Lemos back to the Raptors.
Woo!
I think he actually gets him this time.
And maybe the big one as well. Yeah, one Murado. Look at that.
Hooray!
All right.
Good job,
Lemo gets to have a full camp. Praise be. He's gets to be a normal jungler finally. He is painfully behind in the farm compared to Kryra, but you know, at least gets something back. As Rift Herald is summoned, I do not know if it'll be able to get the hit back as Kryra's hunting. Polymorph instantly. Oh, got you. Trying to get one. Snow 2 dies. When a trade ADC for support. A worthy trade.
Yeah, Kryra got the one shot on a Snow, though. That was really brutal to watch. Meanwhile, Kachu's crowd control again proves problematic for the Cheese Chasers to have to deal with. Barrick doesn't have teleport, so there's absolutely no chance the Cheese Chasers want to assault this Drake at all. 3 in a row for Team Ambition, and I think all they're going to lose is this topside turret. Definitely worth it, as, like you said, they did also get a trade onto Scoop, who died.
Catch you. Okay, gets spotted.
that does so much damage.
Oh, nice W to get a huge shield as well. Or else that would have been a immediate execution.
Yeah, wow. This Evelyn champion is dealing a lot of damage. Does have 2 items. One of them pretty defensive though. The Banshees fail. Trying to, I think just get in on these exchanges a bit easier.
Oh,
wow.
Dead. Yep. I wish that I'd gone to levitate. But that's okay. As you know, Limo does need something.
Yeah.
Because he's just, you know, trying to take his red. Nope. Never mind. Not happening.
Why shouldn't Limo take that one? He did all the work. Landed the W into the Q. The combo was great. And Scoop dies for a second time in this game. I mean, this is the problem with picking the Zeri into the Maokai, which the Cheese Chasers did actually do. If you get locked down by all the crowd control, then Zeri can't do her Zeri things, where she runs around at the speed of sound, and Levitate just gets to shoot her in the gun, or shoot her with the gun, I guess.
True. Rolling around at the speed of sound. That's from Sonic.
That it is.
Did you know that?
Sonic Adventure
Yeah.
2.
That's true. Very catchy song.
I agree. I love the Chow Garden.
Agreed. Very fun. Porsche is under 0 threat, but putting barrel after barrel. Never mind. Porsche under some threat, but not enough. Call it ambulance, but not for me.
Well,
Porsche, like I said, 0 threat.
It was the Soraka ultimate. As the
True.
taunting ambition. Have the Baron at half HP. I think they've got this one. Can they survive after though?
I mean, Kachi just puts out so much interference, it might be fine. So instead they'll look to turn. But Porsche keeping in as well, playing keep away. They want to look for the fight, the Turbo Baron buff for Team Ambition. And Scoop wants to stop them, but there's no opportunities. Team Ambition, 2k gold up. Tempo in their pace and favor. Can they continue this?
Yeah, I mean, Limo may not be farming on this map, but he is proving his worth still. There's just so much zone threat on this Maokai at every single neutral objective. 3 Drakes in a row, got 1 of the 2 Rift Heralds, and now a Baron on top of everything. This guy is really, really valuable. As I think Aojun gets killed again. Wow! Kachu with a solo kill again on the mid laner.
That is a huge pickup again for Kachu too, who's been able to finally find some retribution, and especially on Cassante too. Much better laning phase, interference, getting CC down as well, and been one of the brightest points for Team Ambition in the setups for their fights. Going full tank as Cassante does, and continuing to deal and dish out damage.
So much for Team Ambition. Solo kills, playing frontline, playing the side lanes, and at the same time, Barrack, he went for that big play onto Porsche, but he died for the first time in this game as well. This might be the way for Cheese Chasers to get back into this one. They've got a big flank here.
Oh! Snow! Carrara does the thing, and Levitate being down is such an advantage. Team Ambition knows this. They've got to get out of here, yeah.
There's no way for Team Ambition to continue this fight without their star pupil, the Jinx, with the resets. The best they can do is try to clear out this minion wave, but they actually do it quite nicely. If this mid lane turret's still going to survive, the Cheese Chasers will have to just be okay with 1 pick. But Ravish, I'm not sure it's enough. Team Ambition, they just can wait for Levitate to respawn and go right over to that Chemtech Drake that, if claimed, would give them the soul.
A huge pickup as of right now. And right now, Soul has an opportunity with Levitate now being around here. This is a tough time for NPC. Have an opportunity to get back in the game.
They definitely do. They need another one of those flanks. Kryra probably wants to have his ult up again. I'm not sure it's going to be available for this team fight. I mean, that's the big execute tool and the safety for Evelyn as a champion. Team Ambition's positioning here is very scared and cautious for good reason. They need to make sure they know where Kryra is. He does have the ultimate in time. I was wrong. This is the extra safety that I was talking about. Ooh, big Gangplank ult.
Zones them off as well, but they put one down. Ultimate doesn't land, and they get the Dragon Soul point in the pocket. The fight continues. Levitates alive. Damage profiles are huge. Kachu's now in, and that's an ace. Summer, Chris Paul joined the Golden State Warriors for a ring. Thoughts?
And Team Ambition have now joined the playoffs in the qualifiers. Very, very well done. I mean, that team fight was just such a wrap. I think even if Kryra steals the Drake, the battle lines are just completely shot as Team Ambition. They're just going to march right in and probably do the exact same thing that they just did. I mean, can the Cheese Chasers even, like, team fight this at all through the Jinx? I don't think it's possible at all. Okay, no, they're backing away. Let's talk about Chris Paul. No, okay. Is Sandwich gonna do anything? Okay.
No, he's. What? No, he's.
I mean, he's gonna die if he wins. I was.
Nah, I don't think. Nah, I don't think. No, they're not. They're not gonna do anything. They know they're so far ahead. There's no need for them. There's no need for another kill. Right? What's the point of that? It's not gonna help them.
Yeah, I mean, it would a little bit. But yeah, Team Ambition is definitely going to win this one from here. 7K in the lead. Wait. 6K in the lead. Shout out Objective Bounties. Good job, Aljun. You autoed that turret.
That is true. Shout out to Aljun for having the one back. Summer, you still haven't.
Chris Paul?
I think, well, I feel like you would have a better perspective on it as you are a basketball fan. But I think I was somebody was talking about it, and I kind of just adapted the opinion. I don't know where Chris Paul fits on Golden State personally.
Yeah, I think he's there for moral support. That's my
yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whose spot he takes. Honestly,
he'd be a rotation guy. I mean, I guess he takes Jordan Poole's spot. You know?
I guess so. Yeah.
I guess, like, kinda.
I feel like
Austin Reeves takes Jordan Poole's spot, though.
A lot of people take Jordan Poole's spot.
Real.
I hope they sub out Draymond to put in Chris Paul at this point, man. I can't stand that guy.
He's from MSU. Come on, that's a Michigan native right there.
Yuck. He's icky.
Come on, don't say yuck to Michigan. That's where I am.
Draymond plays UFC while he's playing games.
Somebody's got to do it, you know.
No, they don't.
Okay, you're right. All right, can Kryber get the one shot onto somebody? Is my question. He's in range to do something, maybe. Okay, they're peppering shots for the Jace. Redemption. Oh, I was back at full HP. All right. Oh!
Ooh, I was waiting to see who actually goes forward, but he manages to find one. Scoop's still alive after all of this too, but they isolate the target again. Kachi having an incredible game. Sandwich the next target. They miss the rocket. Will not matter. He still dies and follows him over. This should surely be the end of the game here. Barrett cannot find much at all. He'll get slowed. He'll get found, and he will die.
Yeah. It was close for a second. I mean, the Soraka healing is ridiculous, though. Team Ambition complete their reverse sweep on their trek to the playoffs. Our third seeded team now joins seed 1 and 2 in the playoffs for next week in the quarterfinals as Scoop tries his best to pop off, but can't manage a single thing. This is going to be the end of our first series of the day, Ravish. Anytime now.
Indeed, my friend, it is. Unless Kryr can 1v5. Nope, they're backing away.
Well, we're resetting just a little bit longer.
I'm gonna sit back down. I'm sitting back down. We'll sit back down.
Okay. Kyr's gonna get spotted by that ward. You know, they know exactly where he is now. Sandwich?
Yeah.
Goodbye, Lulu. You are just a Jinx reset at this point.
Yeah,
Maybe this is the end of the game here, Ravish. They're doing it! All the build-up. It's finally happening.
Yeah, that is a...
Wait a second. No way.
They're hello? Barrett? Okay.
Okay, we're losing the plot here, Ravish. We're not casting League anymore.
We're not watching League anymore.
That's a good point. Here comes the banner for Team Ambition.
We're watching Team Deathmatch here, Summer.
Alright, that game mode added to League of Legends and Valorant.
Yeah, League of Legends and Valorant at the same time.
That's the Turo Baron buff for Team Ambition. This will be the end of the game. Right? Right, guys?
You know, the second series is going on Rally Cry 2, brother, if you guys want to watch that, see what's going on there, too.
Yeah. Give that a look. We also got NACL in about 40 minutes. If you're on the LCS_Challengers channel watching this right now, then just stick around. It'll go directly to that. So.
And if you want to continue watching more of Qualifiers, that's what he said. Rally Cry is there. Anyways, Elder Drake.
Okay, we actually have to be a little serious here because
That's true.
Could potentially steal this, and then Scoop could get a Penta Quadra Mega kill. So
yeah, he is online. He is there. He does have 3 kills. So things are becoming scary.
That's number 2, but yeah.
He has 3 items. I meant to say 2.
That's okay. And a stopwatch.
And a stopwatch, so he can stop dead in his tracks and have them all stare.
Yeah.
It's a
all right.
Show.
Team Ambition, they're playing this nice, calm, reserved, making sure to not have their Elder Dragon stolen away by a stealthing Evelynn.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good idea of where Kryra is, but they're not 100% sure.
They can set up the
pit. Oh my
god. They immediately find out. Jude, now that is a 4v5. This makes it much tougher. Like you're saying, our June is still around. It has not been found completely, but you can see Porsche sitting up around there too. No barrels near that. That's a spell shield. Needs to find a steal. Needs to find a steal. They're keeping it at half until Kryra shows, barely seeing out of vision.
This is. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Levitate is just 1v2. Okay.
Yep. Literally, that's the game. That has to be the game.
It's gotta be, right?
There's minions in the base. There's Elder.
Okay.
All right.
Here comes Levitate.
Team Ambition move on in the playoffs to take the game where Levitate setting up for his pentakill, potentially stopwatch, flash, gets heal, and I can try to get more. The rocket misses, but come on now. You can give it the penta. You got 2 already. That's 3, and that's 4. That's not 5. Okay. Team Ambition move on to the playoffs.
That was the longest finish that we've seen in a very long time, but they did it, Ravish. Team Ambition, they made it to the playoffs. You can't take that away from them, but they did just take away about 8 minutes of our time.
That is indeed true. That's what happened yesterday as well with Dimitri and I, where they just couldn't close the game. As we'll now look, you know what? Let's get Levitate for the interview. We'll go ahead, set that up. When we come back, we'll hear from one of the members of Team Ambition, probably Levitate. See you soon.
like a hula hoop. Girls out of sight, never felt so good, now we getting fired.
Welcome on back here, amigos. Unfortunately, we could not get the interview with Levitate because of just technical issues, but we want you to know that he's a great ADC and he does well. His Jinx games were solid. Anyways, we're now on for the next series of the day. Smacks, introduce those two teams.
Well, I'm glad you prompted me for this because I'm pretty excited about these guys. We've got Aporia on one side of the Rift. I'm really excited about this roster. It has Kitsuo on it. I always love when rosters have Kitsuo on them. They always end up being one of, if not my favorite, rosters. Kitsuo, also a collegiate champion from last year when he was playing on University of St. Thomas. Also, this team has Enthralled and Cryogen, who are a bottom lane that I think is pretty interesting as we're coming into this entire tournament. They will be against some pretty strong competition in Nori B, who I think is one of the more unique players that we have in our AD carry position here in the qualifiers. Has been playing some things like the Draven and the like, as we've got his roster over here on Teamless Revenge, a couple of other players that we know from bouncing around the space. Zatzmod, formerly known as Julian. We've also got Diesel, a premier tank player we've got in the qualifiers. And yeah, just all in all, very exciting stuff. And it should be, because one of these teams is done in the tournament after today.
That is indeed correct. We had to send home one team yesterday. We're sending home one today. Once you hop in a draft for just about a minute as well, we'll see what these two pick. I think you were saying Diesel as well too was a great tank player, and so I'm assuming that we won't get as many exciting top lane matchups as we did in the first series.
You never know.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Entirely possible, but I'm predicting a Ornn Cassante lane in my future. I don't know about you, Specs.
I think Scion's pretty exciting sometimes. You can go for some big ground slams, some "Rawr, cowards" moments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the most exciting part about Scion is when I get to charge Q and stand stationary.
Yeah.
For 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's so
and
cool.
then I walk.
And then bam, they're knocked up into the air and stunned, and they take like 500 damage. It's great.
Yeah, and then I get my grass proc, which is great, and then I get to walk
You love grass
away.
procs. You play Yorick.
I do love grass procs. That is indeed correct. But then after that, it's like it's great. Yeah, and then I get to just walk on away and then try to do it all over again. And from Scion, I pop my shield, which takes way too much mana, and then I hope I get to catch
like
half
30.
my wave. No, dude,
It costs like 30 minutes.
No, the shield
sure it
costs the shield costs like 50, I swear.
That's not that much. Anyway, we're going to get into the draft here pretty soon. Again, one of these teams is going to be eliminated today. If you're watching over on LCS Challengers, this is going to be probably cut off in the middle of it. So if you want to watch the full uninterrupted coverage of this game, be sure to tune into Rally Cry Official, where this game and the rest of them in this series are going to be played. Also, on Rally Cry 2 is the other game that's going on at the same time, because we do have 2 streams of the qualifiers running. There are a lot of games going on at the same time. So this is a good day to have a lot of screens open. But without further ado, let's hop into the draft, where we've already had a few key champions banned away, most notably the LeBlanc, who's been abusing Static Shiv.
Along with a Lucian who used to use the Static Shiv, cannot do so anymore. And I imagine that'll follow the same trend of what we've seen already in terms of the bans. So expecting Nico, and for Aporia, if they want to lock in, a Yumi, so that should not be taken away. But the Maokai is denied from Excelsis. We have seen Maokai throughout the series, but as we were saying, there's a Yumi ban, and now I'm waiting for a Nico.
Yeah, that Maokai looked really good out of Limo. Did win both of the games for Team Ambition last series on it. So pretty reasonable ban, pretty reasonable takeaway. And the Yumi, I mean, I love seeing that champion on the ban table. It's always great. Cryogen's been playing a lot of it too. So definitely this is a team that you want to ban that one away. Draven, hey, look, there's one of those champions that I mentioned, is Inori being very skilled at these lane dominant focused champions. Draven being the premier choice for him. And there's the Nico, like you said. Hey, look, we're getting things right about the teams right off the bat.
Indubitably, my friend. We'll get to experience more and more of that, but Emilia was not banned, so that will naturally be picked up by Aporia right away. And Teamless Revenge also have an opportunity to get the NACL if they want. Although, unfortunately, with Yumi being banned, it's not going to be Fiddlesticks. But I find it should just be the 2 bot lane picks, probably support and jungle for Teamless Revenge.
Yep. You're one so far. Wow. Okay. Super early Kog'Maw. What did I tell you? Inori, the very unique pool in this bottom lane for him, Lulu and Kog'Maw. I mean, this is a duo that's been existing in League of Legends for a very, very long time. Well known for being really good at winning Smurf games for the League of Legends solo queue ladder, or duo queue, I should say. We'll be into that Milio, which is a pretty powerful enchanter, so gotta be very careful around that, and now also around the Jarvan, who will be jumping on you and locking you in a cage.
Indeed, this is a Kitsuo's specialty. In fact, he loves playing this Jarvan. He is very, very proficient at this champion, in fact, and loves to set up plays constantly. With the pick, I find Jarvan doesn't too bad in the meta here either. Probably be going for the most tankier build. That is a Vayne.
Yeah.
That's a Vayne that is locked in on the side of Aporia. A champion that has been seen right. Oh my god.
Wow.
Vayne.
Okay. I mean, Vayne's really cool. The champions that Kog'Maw really doesn't like playing against are the ones that he can't click. And when you have your ult going and you tumble as Vayne, you can't get clicked. So that's pretty good for the Kog'Maw matchup here. And you have some range increases that you have at your disposal thanks to the Milio W, the cozy campfire, as it were. Love that spell. Very nice and warm feeling with the Fuegos.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you a Milio fan, Ravish?
I played as Milio and against Milio a couple of times. As Milio, you have a great time. Against Milio, I want to punch my screen. It is infuriating. That champion is far too good.
It's very good, yeah. There's a reason it got first pick. There's a reason it's banned most often in these games. Speaking of bans, some topside focus. The Fiora and the Gwen taken away from Livacious, which I feel like signals that the Cassante is going to Diesel. Again, like you foretold, this tank guy will be playing the tank up there, the Cassante, which, you know, like you may be pointing out, wow, may not be super interesting. The Xin Zhao is definitely interesting, though.
Yeah, that's a new one. We haven't seen that one in quite some time. I remember when Xin Zhao used to be the most dominant champion on the Rift, but instead it'll be traded away with, that is a Zyra hover. Don't get me excited. I love seeing Zyra in games. It's so much fun.
We've been over this, okay? If a weird champion gets hovered, that player's girlfriend likes the champion, okay?
But they hovered Evelyn, and they locked it in.
Okay, but Kryra likes that champion, okay? That was a real hover, obviously. Enthralled, that Zyra was never going to get picked. Enthralled's girlfriend likes Zyra, okay? That's where we're at. Diesel's girlfriend likes Fiddlesticks, okay? Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand. And it's almost like...
Zatzmod's girlfriend might like Cassiopeia. Actually, no, that's a real pick for Enigma. They might actually like that.
That's an incredible pick into the RE, by the way. I've seen that.
Jarvan.
Oh yeah, it's just immediately just stops all their plans. Which, by the way, I'm a prophet. Ornn Cassante, like I said, is naturally the matchup. Shock. I am excited about the Cassiopeia pick though, as I've seen this matchup a decent amount of times being played by our friend Mr. Asher Cross. His Cassie is very proficient, and I've seen every RE get flame broiled. Is the word I want to use there. To not have any opportunities to do a single thing in game, and that's the trend I'm expecting though. Liking a lot what I've seen on Teamless Revenge. Not a ton of engage options, I'd say, but that is abundant on Aporia though.
Yeah, super immobile carry threat duo for Teamless Revenge, I will say, into the likes of the Ornn and the Jarvan. That can be a little tricky to manage. You do have the range advantage into things like the Vayne, though. Even with the Cozy Campfire, Kog'Maw has way more range than Vayne. That's going to add a lot of extra safety, probably, for the red side in this game. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a really, really exciting set of champions that we've got on the Rift for today. Love the qualifiers. We get all the unique champions and all in one today. This is do or die for both these teams. Aporia on blue, Teamless Revenge on red. They both previously lost their matches 0-2 against the teams that we saw earlier today as well. So we'll see how that goes from here. But before we actually get into that game, Ravish, we have to talk about our sponsor, Turo.
That is indeed correct. Smacks, I like Turo a lot. I've used Turo before, and I will continue to do so to this day. But here's my thing about Turo, right? It's just, look, if you're, let's say, you're renting a car, right? You're trying to do a thing. You're trying to just have a grand old time. You can go ahead and save yourself the troubles by getting Turo, because the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget board rental cars at Turo.com.
Thanks, Turo.
Woo!
Shout out to those guys.
Yeah,
they absolutely are. I'm glad that we've got a sponsor here for the Challengers League, helping support the players and support the product, just like you can as well. Especially if you're on the LCS_Challengers stream, you can drop those subs to help support the players in the space.
Yeah, and also get some really sweet emotes as well.
That's
that
true.
Were, of all the casters and other things that are really cool. I like the caster emotes a lot. They're very fun.
I like the one where Rakan is like cheering. Also, fun fact: those were all drawn by Mufi, who's a great emote artist and otherwise great artist as well. But yeah, big fan of Mufi. As we said at the top of the show, that's the highest praise I could possibly give someone, and I am a big fan of.
That
Mufi,
is indeed correct. We
Thank you
dove
to her.
far too deep in that, necessarily. And yeah, like you're saying, it should be just a grand old time for them. I'm personally a big fan of the Destrux emote, as he has a guitar in his hand. Is just have a good time. Also,
Let me
the
see your
Kangas one
greatest
too is fun.
flex, Ravish. Let's see the guns.
Okay. I mean, let's see. I haven't flexed in a little bit, but sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, there you are.
Big. Nice.
Yeah.
Those are some huggable arms. I would give you a
Thanks.
great big hug.
Hey, which
It'd be
we have
difficult to
before.
do though, because you are 7'1", as we established before.
Yeah.
You're very tall.
Makes things very hard whenever I meet people. I've got to, I've got to sit down to actually talk to them, which is the hardest part. I constantly have a little, like, those small, like, weird triangle chairs that you pull out. I've got those. I always use those to make eye contact. I also have a hard time trying to talk to children, because they look at me as though I'm a skyscraper. So I must lie down to talk to them. One of my very good friends has 2 children, and whenever I talk to his daughter, I have to physically be below the stairs so I can talk to her at eye level. But it's okay. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You're all welcome, by the way.
Yeah, we're blessed to be in the presence of you, 7'1" Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet, as we all know.
That's true. Yeah, it's I think there's no other person. As by the way, once again, if you're new here, there is a spectator delay that we have to wait for just before we get into the game. 30 minutes to maintain competitive integrity. Simple.
They
get
also
it,
paused
got
for
it,
a bit.
good.
In game, they paused for a bit, so we're delayed just a little while longer than what was normally expected. But yeah, we're getting right in just a little bit. Again, very, very excited about these teams. We get the Kitsuo signature Jarvan. Always love seeing that. And even though Libacious did have a few carry champions banned away from him, he's just going to play a tank matchup. And it's almost like you predicted this from the beginning, Ravish. It's almost like you said that it would be Ornn versus Cassante, and then it is Ornn versus Cassante. Are you a prophet?
It's almost like this patch is stale, and there's no other options.
We have Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's in this game. That's cool.
Okay, like the top lane patch is pretty stale. The bot lane has. I'm happy that people are playing other things, but like and unfun stuff is banned away. But yeah, like a top lane default, like when you have a default, right, just in a League of Legends patch, like it's more often than not gonna get picked. And we can see how that interaction happens. Yeah, exactly. Like Cassante and Ornn, who will do fine in lane. Nothing bad's gonna happen. It's an engage option that you want. Simple. That's it. To be fair though, Gwen and Fiora were banned which I found would have been way more interesting. We saw a big Fiora game yesterday, in fact, which I was very happy about. And many of the picks that were there, but the game's ready to go. Let's go ahead, hop right into it. Let's see what we got.
Now we're getting a big Cassante game. Woo! Let's go. Go Diesel. Or maybe Livacious on Ornn. Woo! I love these champions. Yeah.
Woo! All right, yeah.
Tanks.
Yeah,
I'm also really excited about the Vayne. This bot lane matchup is really, really interesting, even though it's the same enchanters that we're used to seeing, the Million, the Lulu. The characters that they are empowering are the interesting ones. We have a dog in this lane.
Would
Maybe
you like
getting ready
to...
for the Neferi release.
Oh, you're right. Would you like to
Arf,
know
arf.
some Ravish lore, Smacks?
I would love Ravish lore. I love Ravish lore. It's one of my favorite things in the entire world. Please tell me.
Wow, thank you. That's wonderful to hear. So early on, when I started playing League of Legends, I used to just pick champions that were counter picks to things that were strong. It's the reason why I played early Mordekaiser in mid lane, when I wanted to learn mid lane, because Katarina and Akali were strong. Back when Mordekaiser had a Mace of Spades. And
Yes.
why Corki is my favorite ADC is because he was the first ADC I played, because Vayne was strong at the time. And Corki was a counter to Vayne. So since the beginning, I've been a top laner because all I thought about is counter picks. That is it.
This is why you were really excited about the Janna top lane wave that Lorlo started, right? You really like Janna top lane?
Yeah, that was a time where I played Overwatch and not League of Legends.
Ah, yes. What is the best top lane counter matchup in Overwatch?
Zarya, no matter what. That's
Ooh.
it.
Zarya in League of Legends, I think would be, well, it's kind of like Rel, I guess, a little bit. Your Rel ultimate is like,
that is indeed Zarya ultimate. Yeah. Is there another champion in League of Legends that puts out two kinds of shields or just has like a double shield proc? I guess Karma, right? Yeah.
Karma shields multiple people at the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the gun is most similar to like Jace, kind of. It's not a laser though. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, it doesn't
we have
charge,
an early invade here
Yeah, Excelsis wins this pretty hard.
for sure.
Yeah, Kitsu can't do nothing about this, so he just has to back away and call up some of his homies to help out. That being his bot lane, to make sure he gets his blue as he meanders down to see his own bot lane. In fact, he could try to take the Gromp and re-aggress here. They both moved up. Are we gonna see a fight potentially? Excelsis goes back once again. Interesting. Wait.
Okay. Yeah, Inori, I mean, got completely obliterated in the lane just off the bat. Forced to recall way, way before he actually wanted to. And now, finally, back to a part where it's like kind of neutral for him. But now Enthralled is going to come back to lane with some boots. And Vayne with boots in bot lane is got to be one of the most annoying things in the entire game. She's so fast, so untradeable, and like you've got Emilio making her even faster. I don't know, Ravi, this is not going to feel great for Teamless Revenge, who have this classic combo of Kog'Maw Lulu, and they just got kind of countered really hard.
You sound like somebody enjoying a wonderful dish that you've been presented. Like, oh, wow, this is exquisite, incredible. My compliments to the chef.
Complaining about how annoying Vayne is to play against, honestly. But it is cool that we're seeing it in the game. Like, that is undeniable. Great for Enthralled. We'll see if this lane dominance can be translated into some later team fights, because these tumbles and these auto attacks have been really chunking Inori B so far.
Yeah, luckily enough, he has managed to stay safe throughout, knowing he has the call as well. So he's quite well aware of his position in this lane, understanding that he's just gonna farm as much as he can and just survive until we get to mid game. This Cryogen, yeah, just sees that mod around. They're trying to get some early wards into the jungle. Does manage to, I believe, get one by the Krugs there. So at least more information as to where Kitsuo may be, who was spotted early on, has managed to catch up in his farm as well, as both junglers are around the mid lanes. You can see a play that should be set up.
We've already seen some jungle interaction between Jarvan and Zinjao, who I think in the lore are friends, right? They both are in the Demacian military, I think, together, right? I'm pretty sure.
Is Zinjao from Demacia?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Where did you think he was from?
I don't know. I assume like some weird side city state, like outside of Noxus, where he was like a rebel or something.
That's like all he talks about is Demacia and how he like wants to fight for Demacia and how Demacia is his home and he would never want to leave Demacia and he's really loyal to Demacia. It's like all he
Sounds
says.
like America.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah, they did that on purpose.
I see. I hope in the new Arcane we get Demacia. That would be fun. Is this supposed to come out this year, by the way?
I don't know. We already have Noxus in Arcane.
That's true. Either way, Noxus is not currently present on the screen, but the dragon neither is either. Is not either.
Now it is.
True, as they get the first strike for themselves on Aporia or 6 minutes, particularly Dragon, with bot lane roaming up to, naturally so. Enthrall and Cryogen have maintained priority in this lane pretty consistently because Inori being stats mod are just looking to survive for as long as possible. As Inori B, thankfully gets to, click and auto way, as every ADC's dream is.
Do you know which champion in this game right now is Noxian? Do you know?
In this entire game, I wanna say
in these 10 champions, yeah.
Cassiopeia.
It is Cassiopeia, yeah. That's
Ooh, alright.
That's
I
believe she's in the Talon family. I think they're like siblings or something. Adopted though.
Okay, so let's see, because so Talon is sisters with adopted sister of Cassiopeia. They're both in the Kinku, right? Are they not? Or they're not?
No. Well, wait. No, that's from Ionia. That's where Akali
That's from Ionia.
is.
Okay, yeah. So they're not assassins, I see. Okay, but they're
No, they are. They are
assassins. Okay, but they're different kinds of assassins. Okay.
Yes, they're from Noxus. They were trained by the Ducoteau family, I think is. I don't actually know how to pronounce it. I've only ever read the stuff.
Decadent. I think that's how you pronounce it. Decadent is almost taking a big chunk that gets around. The charm can't do it. Just some chip damage or anything. As there are 3 people here. Excelsis looks to engage to get locked to the Cataclysm, puts up the ultimates. Wants to re-engage if he possibly can. Enthralled now around. Pops the ultimate. Couple of autos, but they're not towers, so they can't do much more. As we see Levicious wanting to get the ultimate. Can't do it either. As Diesel as well. There we go. There it is. As knock up to 1. First blood finally after all of that engagement. Excelsis possibly the next target. He's got to get out of there. Can't get the knock up. He might get slow if the Q comes back, but they can't chase him down any further.
Wow. Okay, that was very, very messy, and it only ended up in 1 kill. However, the first blood going over to Enthralled is big, big, big for Aporia. This guy was already doing so much work in that bottom lane, and he will be a huge carry for this roster in this game. This is oftentimes the case for Aporia, where they do have Enthralled as the big leader for this team as far as damage is concerned, as Kitsura is the comms leader more often than not. On that signature Jarvan, going for the lethal tempo Titanic Hydra build that we often see from him, that I would still like an explanation about from him, to be honest. Maybe if Aporia wins this, we can talk to him. But regardless of all of that, Enthralled finding that kill is really big. Debonair, I'm pretty sure flash charmed a minion in that exchange, which I'm sorry to highlight, but this was good.
That is unfortunate, but I feel charmed right now by this engage. Enthralled very quickly taken away. Wild Gold helping Excelsis survive. And now they will go for the re-engage. In fact, very cleanly done.
Yeah, absolutely nice. Only 1 summoner spell throughout all of that. Just Inori's Ghost, not even his flash. He gets to hold on to that one. As, 2 quick kills, both of them going over to Excelsis. I don't know that's exactly where you want them to go, but getting the kills is going to be very beneficial regardless, as Kog'Maw gets a breath of fresh air. Vayne dies and loses all of those minions. Just everything great on that play for Teamless Revenge. Very well executed.
Smax, do you know what the weapon that Kasante is like what type of weapon they are?
I think they're called Intofos.
Yes, also known as Tonfas, in fact. Yeah. That is the exact term.
He's using them quite well.
Levicious is dead. In fact, yeah. That is very well done. Ultimate Kasante ultimate is fantastic. For isolating targets, and this lane from Nila belongs to him without even a flash either. Well done by Diesel.
Wow. All right. Very nicely done. Livacious has no chance to drop his ultimate there at all. I mean, Kasante is just doing Kasante things, as we all know. Have you been seeing the that copy pasta of the Kasante
by Showmaker? Yeah. Oh. Enigma is locked in here, so but staying alive because the Conquer. One more option will do it. Nice ultimate, but ooh, one more E would have gotten the take and the run back. I find if you used the ultimate earlier, would have been enough. Debonair, there it is.
Wow. We saw Exelshi's actually using the Q autos on the minion wave just to get his cooldowns back. I love to see that usage of the tech on the Xin Zhao passive. However, it's another death for Enigma as Debonair and Kitsuo find that play. Now a static shiv is here for Debonair. I think it's their first static shiv of the stream, which is
that's
shocking,
true.
We had 3 games today.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, especially this is their second series of the day too, which I believe the second stream is on their second game of their second series of that. So they're the speed run stream today, yes. I believe.
It seems so. If Apex Mission Impossible win this game, then yeah, they'll be done before us, most certainly. So.
Yeah, I believe they should. Blue Water had a tough time game 1, so. But either way, as we look at our games, in fact, the Team's Revenge have been the ones to raise the stakes and got to be the ones in the driver's seat currently. Not able to get much more though, but hey, they're vibing, chilling. They got much more going on.
It's a Heartsteel first item for Livacious. I haven't seen that item in a long time. I know a lot of top lane players view that as the for fun option.
Yeah.
You get the big bonk, which we do see there. But it doesn't necessarily make you the tankiest, especially when you know that Kog'Maw is going to have a Blade of the Ring King. Yeah, I don't think that's the greatest option to go for.
Yeah, because you're just like, you don't have any actual stats, right? You just have a lot of health. I find Heartsteel is great for your Mundo. That's the item that you have. Right? It's the item that I personally build as a Mundo main, but it does land you as an orange. You're thinking, okay, you know, like, I can't do much more than this realistically, where he can, you're saying, get the bonks and try to trade in damage, but hopefully it's an orange, so he'll build up resistances over time. Unless for now, Dragon in 3 minutes, and Repair as well, you know, in a little bit. So we've got some time with it so far.
We're getting there. We're getting to the big moments where we're gonna have the 80 carries pop off. That's what I really want to see in this game. I want to see the Kog'Maw do some cool things. I want to see the Vayne do some cool things. And unfortunately for the people who wanted to see Rift Herald charge, we won't get to see that one. Isaporia kind of panic dropped it. Kitsuo didn't really have a good time to do so. These plates were about to expire, and they instead just give over some 25 gold, I think, to Excelsius. No plates to be had.
Do you read a lot of the lore of every champion as soon as they come out?
Not as soon as they come out, but I like to keep updated on like which champions they like interact with. I think that's pretty cool.
True. Yeah. I mean, so which champion does the new doggy interact with Aatrox? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Darkin, so just all the Darkins know each other in that way. That's mod popping the heal, bottom lane.
Yeah. The heal might have popped out a bit as you see some summoners up and realizing what's going on. Pop the flash, in fact, get the knocked up Enigma here. Ooh, Might as well not gonna land a debonair. Mark the next target. Gets the charm back, but not gonna do much more than that. Tower will be taken.
Yeah, so a lot of money going over to Kog'Maw. Should be able to complete. I actually don't think that is the Rage Blade. I think it's just the Rage Knife and then into the Blade of the Ring King. That's probably what we're going to see from Nori B. Blade of the Ring King is a really, really big spec. Okay, I'm just wrong, but you know what? Everyone's wrong sometimes.
Disagree. I've never been wrong in my entire life.
Oh, you haven't?
No,
Okay.
not once.
Can
Everything.
you just like say that and have it be true? Is that just like a thing you can do?
Everything I've said is factual. Until proven wrong,
Let me try
which
that.
I never am.
I've never been wrong in my life. Did it work?
Well, you were just wrong right now, so I know that's not true.
No, that wasn't my life. That was like a past life.
You're constantly switching different parallel
Yeah,
dimensions.
I'm not the
yeah.
person I was 10 seconds ago. You know
That's
what I
not
mean?
canon, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's not a canon event for you. I get it. Yeah. Did you watch some Spider-Man?
Yes, I watched Spider-Man. We already talked about this, Ravish. Who hasn't watched Spider-Man? That movie's so good. Everyone go watch Spider-Man if you haven't. Or if you have, go watch it again.
Yeah, it is very, very good. I did not think it was possible for them to make a movie better than In the Spider-Verse, but they somehow did it.
I don't know if I think it's better. I think they're both really good. It's really hard to choose between the two. It is more recent in my brain, I suppose.
Yeah.
Rift Herald taken.
Kitsu gets a small bit of chip damage, and Cryogen is dead. Gets separated from his team like a lost little puppy.
Oh, little Milio. He's going on an adventure, but he's going to adventure right back to the fountain. Meanwhile, the rest of Aporia do their best to secure the Rift Herald, which they do manage to do. Kitsuo now has 2 of them in this game. Hopefully the second one is more impactful than the first, because that one didn't really do too much for him.
Man, I wonder if people on this is a complete sidebar, by the way, but because I saw this recently, is like I've seen people start putting like their ranks in Valorant on dating apps. So I'm like, I wonder if you get the same response if you do that for League of Legends.
Probably not.
You don't think so?
I don't think you would get the same responses. I think they'd be much worse.
That's
There's a
unfortunate.
Jarvan ultimate on his Atsmod.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
I didn't realize that Milio Cozy Campfire didn't go through the Jarvan wall. Because it's a little guy, so it can't walk straight through it. It's got to walk around, and then it can't actually get in. I didn't know that.
Neither did I. We've do have to take a small pause for about 1 minute 30 seconds, because I'm sitting down. So this is what you're gonna get right now. You're gonna get me just go ahead and forehead camp, as though like you said, because it pauses in tournament on the client we're playing on with Tournament Realm. What happens is that when you pause in the game, you reset that 3 o'clock. You reset that 3 minutes timer for integrity and the delay. So we must delay for a tad longer just to make sure that we are being courteous to the players and having the delay be possible. So here we are now. Hi.
Hey. Oh, you can't see that wave. Here, I'll use this hand. Hi.
Yeah, so things are fine.
This is optimal casting posture, by the way.
I agree. Just having your legs be completely just pushed forward is probably fun. While we do that, I wanted to ask about the whiteboard behind you as well, Summer. How many signatures are on there? Yeah.
So that is the moo board. It says moo, like the sound a cow makes a bunch of times.
That whiteboard under the poster of the man standing?
Yeah, the man standing is my brother.
Okay, nice.
He is holding a saxophone.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, he's holding a saxophone. That's an alto sax.
Nice.
He got a bunch of pictures taken from like when he graduated high school, and they made like big signs of him, and they put them outside for his graduation party.
That's cool.
And I stole one and I put it on my wall.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can he play George Michael's "Careless Whisper" on the saxophone? Okay.
I think that's one of the first things they teach you is how to play that. So
Okay, because that's a great song as well. It's also
I
that
agree.
riff is extremely catchy.
very true.
If I feel like I remember there was a time that I wanted to learn a instrument. I wanted to learn the clarinet for Squidward, but mainly because mainly because I could just make the Squidward voice and try to go like, how, okay.
Oh, we're in game. Oh my
All
god!
right.
I can stop having my spine look like a treble clef. All right.
Yeah, you can.
This is good
stop
for the
that.
bit though.
It was fun for the bit. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Okay.
We're right back into it. Drake taken by Kitsuo, so 2 Drakes for Aporia, but they do trade their mid lane turret for it. And in my opinion, Teamless Revenge, I think, should win the game from here. They're playing significantly better than Aporia on a lot of these map plays, and just finding a lot of stray kills in places where Aporia really should not be giving them up.
Yeah. No, that's it is a tough detriment where Aporia is now, although in a pretty almost like although in a pretty even game with only be 2K goal behind, but Teamless Revenge just seem to have small advantages continuing throughout the game, especially with Excelsis being 3-0 up and making play after play in the bot lane to reduce the effectiveness of what Enthralled can do. Oh my god, Kitsuo flew.
That's Super Blast, Ravich. I've dubbed that officially. That is the official name of that blast.
The Super Blast.
Please.
Also call
Yes,
it
the Super
Zack
Blast.
Slingshot as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what it looks like, because you just super blast into the enemy team, like this.
Yeah. And immediate flash by Nori B. He's almost dead as well. Quite fast, doesn't do a ton of damage just yet. Celsius has to be wall growth to survive. Here comes the Ornn ult to make it the knockup up to 1. 3 more autos do it there. The Celsius shut down, given over to Libations.
All right, finding that shutdown is quite big for Aporia. They even get to drop that Rift Herald. I actually don't think this is going to secure themselves the turret, but they have bigger fish to fry, Ravish. They're looking more towards this Baron. Vayne online, the on-hit damage is brutal, and I think they actually might be able to secure this, but can they survive afterwards is the question.
It's a possibility. Enigma is around, so they do a lot of damage. Why hasn't put in to turn Enigma's the first target. Nice ultimate to slow down to Enigma. Still managing to thwart them off and stop this Baron power play that could have been the end of the game potentially, and a complete change in pace. Here comes one, knock up on it 2, and Noribi's gone. He's the next target. He's on to Kitsuo. Tries to take him, can't get it. And on the other side, there'll be a trade of 2 more members. A 3 for 2 by the end.
All right, another huge scrap in this game as the members of Aporia limp away, not able to finish off that Baron, even though they had the outnumbered fight. They even give up a couple of their members in the meantime, but another favorable trade for kills gives them 3 more on that play. And Aporia actually are able to claw their way a little bit back into this game. It's still favored for Teamless Revenge for the time being, though, as now Inori B has 2 items on this Kog'Maw, so those autos that had the entire team running are now going to be even more threatening and hitting even more targets.
Yeah, none of that will fortunately transpire. But you have to think of it like target practice, right, Smax? Like, whenever you're aim training, but in League of Legends. Can you aim train League of Legends, you think?
Yeah, practice tool.
Yeah. But
Or
if
Osu.
you're if you're aim training, oh wait, Osu, yeah. But what would you aim
good.
train in League, huh? What skill shot would you
Like your
directly
A
aim?
clicks, so like Ezreal Qs. I guess it depends on what champion you're playing, If you're playing Yorick, you gotta aim train your E.
That's true.
Little glob.
You do. Yeah, you do gotta do that. That's cool. Also a fun Yorick tech, but not tech. I'm gonna stop as Libacious knock up once again to Nori B, the prime target. Zatsmod, ooh, can't save him. The charm was clean. That'll be a free pick for Aporia.
Yeah, you gotta be really, really careful around that RA charm. Re-engage!
Ooh, Gets pops in, takes down 3, and they're all stuck in the middle.
Wait.
Surviving for now, but look at Diesel doing a ton of damage, and no one died from all that. That's incredible. Maybe? No. Yeah.
It was really close. Again, Aporia find themselves in a 4 versus 5 situation in favor of them. They're the 5, of course, as they find another pick, this time onto Anori B. These charms still very threatening, even when you're not building ability power. Even though Static Shiv is that first item. Charm, still chunking, locking them down. 3 items now in Enigma, though, and he kind of just fends the entire team off by himself. Teamless Revenge have 2 very, very threatening carries, and only 1 charm is available for Debonair.
Unfortunately, but Debonair might be able to, just perhaps lure one of them away, as he has done previously with his charms, right? He's managed to get an ODB a couple times. Speaking of which, he has made his way down to the bot. Smite available, Kitsu should take this, and there we are. Flag and drag out of there. Soul points for Aporia.
They did just commit everything to the bottom side of the map, though. And Teamless Revenge have 5 members walking as fast as they possibly can over to Baron. We'll see if Aporia can get over to this objective in time. We just saw that Aporia attempted to start at this Baron and then were swiftly kicked out of the pit. I think Aporia have some means to do this to Teamless Revenge now, too.
They have the Oran Horn, which there it is. Oh! But the Miasmi stops it, so they take the Baron, and they also get it alive, it seems. That's one Deacon right away. Diesel gets out alive. He gets the wild growth on him, too. Gets out of there, and the Cataclysm does nothing at all. Teamless Revenge! What a play, but Enthrall staying alive. Managed to only take one by the end of it. And a double kill for Nori B. Almost an ace. The wants to find Cryogen as he runs away.
Baron secured there too. Teamless Revenge. This game, otherwise, they've had in their favor the entire time, but it felt like it was getting a little closer. No, not even close. Now it is a 5k gold lead, going to extend even further with these turrets that they're able to take with the Baron buff on the minions. And Inori B just got another set of kills for himself. Did you see how fast Livacious melted, by the way? This is not the time to go for Heartsteel. As I mentioned before, you will die immediately, evaporating to the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he does a Sunfire for some amount of armor, but it's not enough to, actively sustain against, like you're saying, all that damage being put out by the big old Cog, who is, if I can get Ravenous Hydra now here as well too. So, also that Runons and at Rageblade, he will be melting everybody he touches around him. So this is crazy. I'm surprised he can Static Shiv. I think that would have fit well Cog'Maw.
It could be pretty good. I think the on-hit damage of the items he's building instead are really quite nice. I'm surprised he didn't go for Predator and King. That item seems really, really good with Cog, but the spread damage is favored here.
Oh, like you're saying, Debonair, the knockup, tier 2. Charms 1, no one deck. Still with another engage. The wild growth was huge to stop everything. And look at Zatsmut and Noribi once again chunking away at 2. They get 1 back. It's a triple kill for Inori. Might be the quadra kill for Inori. Livacious stops the Penta. And that's game 1 for Teamless Revenge.
8 kills on the Kog'Maw to close out this game here, Ravish. Teamless Revenge are on their way to succeeding in this group and knocking out Aporia. Only 1 Nexus stands between them and a date with the loser of our previous series today. Very, very well done, Teamless Revenge.
Incredible stuff. Pacing, maintaining in their preference still up until the very penultimate minutes. And as we reach our penultimate game, my friend, we'll have to look at what can be performed and what can be preferred as we think with our prefrontal cortex. We'll see you all after this short pause. See you soon.
Look at me, feel so good it's bad. Oh, if you wanna jam and you wanna look back, so good it's bad. Now you be shooting hoops and you look so fly like a hula hoop. Girls out of sight, never felt so good, now we getting fire.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Persons of League of Legends, let us pontificate on what is present in front of your very peripherals. I'm Ravish. That's Smacks. And we're not in once again to watch and witness as one team may be eliminated today.
Yeah, and it might be Aporia in this next game because Teamless Revenge kind of walked all over him with that Kog'Maw pick that seemed not very good in the lane as it got very hard bullied by the Vayne and Emilio. And then later on, it just went bleh, 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 as Kog'Maw does. And then he goes gung, gung, gung,
That is great, I think, interpretation of what a Kog'Maw does. He also walks around like, bleh. And that's kind of about it. It's all yucky.
Give me your impression of the Kog'Maw passive.
Bleh.
Wonderful. Very good, very good.
I think that's kind of about all there is to it. Could you give me your impression of Heimerdinger?
Indeed, a wise choice.
See, I do that as well. And then Dimitri said yesterday, it's almost there, because I also do the same thing of indeed a wise choice. Like that, but the issue is my voice doesn't go high enough.
Oh, okay.
Which also sucks. What I can do is I find a good game plank because his voice is raspy like mine, so I think that works.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, wow, thank you. I guess I have the stage. Neither the depths nor the flames could claim me.
That was pretty good. Yeah,
Thanks.
I liked that. That's Matt Mercer's voice. So
That is?
maybe you could do some. Yeah, that is. He also voices Wolf. If you want to do any Wolf impressions for us from Kindred.
I don't remember any of the lines that. So, because I know it's like never one without the other, like that. Yeah. I can do that.
good.
Man, I hope me and Matt Mercer become best friends one day.
I think a lot of people hope that. He's a very cool guy.
Yeah, he's just stand up human, I say.
Absolutely,
but
he is.
Speaking of not stand up humans, LeBlanc has been banned, which is I'm very happy about. And another one of the Static Shift users, along with Nico on the other side by Poria, as we have switched sides. So Poria opting to take the counter pick this time. I wonder what they decide to prioritize currently. As of right now, the Maokai still banned away, so a lot of the same trends. And I am expecting a Milio ban here from Team Revenge, I'd say.
I think so too. The Yumi's also a pick that is possible to be banned. Lucian, I think, was banned last game as well as Draven. So perhaps some other marksman focus. Yumi did just get the ban from Teamless Revenge, though. Now, Aporia has a tough decision to make all of a sudden. Do they let Inori play the Draven, or do they keep that up and try to ban one of the other enchanters? That's the word I was looking for. In the Milia or the Lulu, perhaps.
I think they have to. You gotta ban Milia, man. He's just way too strong, and his ability to just disrupt people in the CCs and healing are exquisite, I want to say. So I think this is. I don't know if this could be a first pick trade, but honestly, that would be a really bold play for Teamless Revenge. This could just be a first pick of support, so maybe just Lulu hit here. Or they might surprise us. Who knows? I got 3 seconds. Oh, yeah. Lucian was not banned. So there we go.
There's the unbanned Purifier. Now Aporia has to try to match this probable Lucian plus Nami pick that's going to come through for Teamless Revenge. If it was me on Aporia, I would be perfectly okay stealing away the Nami, because I like Nami with a lot of pairs, not just Lucian. I think she is very good by herself. She's an independent Vastaya who does not need Lucian. But it is undeniable that those two have a lot of synergy together, and that's where Teamless Revenge will go toward with Zat's mod. I really do like this pair a lot. It provides so much extra power in the lane, and on 13-11 specifically, the synergy that it does have with the unnerfed mandate and the power that you get from the Font of Life interaction with Echoes of Helia, all great things. Nami is one of the strongest supports at 2 items in the whole game.
Speaking of pairs that are currently present, we have the Zyra Khan and with Lee Sin as well. Kitsuo did play this last time too. We have mentioned how this is a Kitsuo specialty, in fact. So, and he's very proficient on the champion. And we'll continue to have more Clients of Life as we get the Bird Emperor in Azir for Enigma. This is a interesting composition I find so far for Team Revenge, as they've got both a go in button and a hey, let's go and stop right there button as well. Interesting.
For Aporia's side, they are really relying heavily on Kitsuo in this game. He is playing that early game powerhouse that we know and love from him. This is their last chance to actually stay alive in this event. They've already lost all 3 of their individual games in the group stage so far. 2 of them before to the Cheese Chasers, who, if they win the series, they will have to play again. And also the first game against Team Lost Revenge, which I don't think they were fully expecting now that they're going on their last leg here. Got some good combos. They've got some strong early game. What can they bring to us to follow up on that and maybe get them some more late game insurance as well? Because, I mean, this Lee Sin, again, it's not going to scale very well.
Yeah, that Poppy ban I find is really good too, just to reduce the amount of engages that Kitsuo could have done. And along with the Xin Zhao, who was very strong for us this last game, already being taken away. I find there should be another mid lane ban as well. Maybe a top lane option. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Gwen also now taken away from Libacious. I wanted to say on the Lee Sin pick as well. We did see this yesterday from K2, who was destroying people on the Lee Sin, but again, it's just not enough because there's only so much you can do as a singular Lee Sin if your team is also not up to par as well, which is tough.
More Cassante here in this series. This time it's going to go to Libacious, as I think Diesel played it last game. Yeah, it was Libacious on the Ornn. So going to be exciting to maybe see a full swap of that one. Maybe Diesel goes over to the Forger of Freljordian descent.
Fiora.
We'll see.
Or Fiora.
It could be Fiora, I guess. I mean, Diesel's definitely a tank player. Also, Fiora's banned, so I don't think it's going to be that.
I forgot. I didn't see that. Yep. That's so. I actually have my little camera preview and VMix over that first ban. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna move that just so I remember what that is now.
You can take that off the screen. Did you know that?
You can.
Yeah, you just got to click the. So you pull up the buttons at the bottom, and then you click that big box.
My life has changed.
You make it red.
I did not. Okay. All right. Things have suddenly gotten better for me. That's crazy. I didn't.
How many times have you used VMix before?
Been using it for almost 3.5 years now, man. That's crazy.
Yep.
Today I learned.
There's a button.
Okay.
There's a button for that.
Yep. There's a button for that. As speaking of buttons being pressed, that is a Trundle now here for us. And along with a Akali in the mid lane for Debonair. Huh. That's really fun against Azir. I find that Akali should just wreck his day. And the Trundle jungle is a really niche pick as of this point right now.
Yeah, super interesting. I mean, it'll shred the armor and magic resistance of Cassante. He kind of does that to himself already. I'm wondering if when you ult the Cassante before he activates All Out, if that just makes his power significantly weaker after that. I wonder how that interaction goes, because he turns his resistances into damage when he ults. Could actually be a pretty good counter pick into this. Again, as you said, it's a very niche champion, not one that you see very often. The pillar can be pretty useful into a champion like Xayah, who doesn't otherwise have a lot of mobility, just that one invulnerable. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this pretty deeply as well. So from what I see, it is a on the side of Team Revenge, right? You've got like some interesting picks that if I don't like mesh like a ton with one another, right? You got Lucianami who want to go in and able to find constant picks. Trundle who has the opportunity to set up possible just one-offs, right? And look to chase people down. And alongside that, you have Azir, and then after that, you Azir and you have Sion. So Sion is your clearest engage. Azir is your hey stop that button, and then you have Lucianami who are looking to scale over the early game. So I'm just gonna. It is from my perspective, it is a tough composition to execute altogether. But they've had the pace game in the favor constantly. Meanwhile, for Aporia, their comp looks pretty standard and matched as well.
Yeah, I mean they've got the front line ready for the Xayah to thrive in. I think the Akali is probably going to go for the static Shiv build that we've seen pretty often. Debonair did just go for static Shiv Ari, so he's already keen on building this very, very powerful item. I don't think anyone else in this game is going to purchase it, but I don't know. I think that makes the damage that's possible on these assassinations a little lower in favor of the wave clear and the side laning that is possible. And with that, I have some concerns because I am not quite sure if it's going to be able to be done into something like a Sion. If you're the Akali and you're matching Sion, you're clearing the wave, yeah, but you're not really dealing any damage to that guy, especially if you go static Shiv. You're not building any magic resistance. You're not going to rely on yourself, like, critting the Sion on the Akali multiple times. I don't know. I think the side lane's going to be tricky, but then again, we're in the qualifiers. The side lane doesn't matter very frequently in these games very often anyway. It's mostly just, all right, let's go mid, let's go to the Drake pit, let's go to the Baron pit, and just fight it out.
That is indeed correct. As we've seen the game be revolved around a lot of neutrals more often, but there have been instances of in our first series where it was just and then the game ends. That's it. Constant fighting to the very end. But that may not be the case here today, as you're saying. Game one, very slow, very methodical, slow build up into one team fight, which pretty much ended the game for Aporia. May be the case here once more as we get into game in just under 60 seconds, which should be right about now, in fact. So let's go ahead and hop on in a bit to see what might potentially go on. Aporia backs against the wall, and Team Mr. Revenge looking to prove many people wrong in the elimination game in a group stage bracket to face the Cheese Chasers next week. Let's find out what happens right here on the NALCQ first qualifier happening here on Bloody Cry, sponsored by Turo, with me, Ravish, and Smacks. All right.
Yeah, gaming.
Christ, it's for so long.
We have had a lot of reverse sweeps today and yesterday as well. We had 2 reverse sweeps yesterday on the stream, and we very well could be getting another one today if Aporia can clutch up and take us to a Game 6 Poggers. Only time will tell on this, and perhaps some League of Legends gameplay to boot. Look, a sweeper.
Yeah. And
damage.
we get knocked out. That's not. That's Ignites. Can they? I don't know if they can get this, but they do a lot of damage if anything. Yeah.
All right, so I think they're gonna have time to recall both sides. Yeah, all right. If they didn't have time to recall, that exchange, that type of exchange, is going to favor the Lucian Nami because they do have that healing that's much easier to come by compared to the Rakan, unless Cryogen was good at hitting the Gleaming Quills. In which case, it's completely the other way because Rakan's healing is just so high. However, because both of the teams recalled, what we have to look at now is the summoner spells that were used and the potions. Enthralled used both Ghost and the health potion, so he's only got 2 left. That's 50 gold used for just about nothing alongside that Ghost. And the Ignite's down. But if Kitsuo can go bot lane, Zatsmod no longer has flash, and he could be turned into sushi.
I mean, he is he is passing towards bot lane res right now, so it's highly possible that he managed to do so. As depending on how fast he clears. I think getting just the 4 camp clear to get level 3 would be the most ideal, just to make sure that you're trying to match it with the wave being pushed into them. And considering where he's at, yeah, I think he might be looking at the full clear here. not try to overextend anything. Kitsu is a great playmaker, especially on this champion of Lee Sin. Right? But currently, as it stands, he has not been able to have the biggest impact for the game because he's constantly looking to go in for his team, but never been able to come out with enough picks.
Yeah. That was actually a really interesting interaction that we just saw where sometimes vision is just super finicky in the game of League of Legends. Cryogen thought that bush was warded, but it wasn't. But hold on just 1 second. You got a Trundle gang.
That is indeed true. Gets the dash, the flash, and Thrall is dead. That's first blood to Statsmod though, because the ignite.
Yeah. Actually, it wasn't ignite. It was just an airy hit, which is even more unfortunate. But that's okay. Still first blood. Still the flash out of Enthralled, and that gank. The repeat gank is likely going to come through from Excelsius as he does use the flash alongside Inori, and this is going to be some extra gold for Nami. You know what? As a Nami player myself, I like getting extra gold. I like it when I get my Imperial Mandate earlier in the game. That's always fun.
Okay, but like, what are you going to do with that extra gold? Buy another Vision?
Buy a Mandate.
And then what?
And then you buy your Echoes. Like I said, this is the best 2-item spike champion in the support position in the game, apart from Senna, but that's a marksman. That's cheating.
That's cheating, says. Alright, well, tell every Ashe support player that they're cheating.
No.
Okay.
Ashe is worse at 2 items than Nami. It's easy.
Okay. But fine. Oh, never mind then. Ooh, bubble? That lands? That's okay.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Rakan's got a big tail.
Yeah. Large hitbox. I get it.
Yeah.
So that just barely lands at the end of it too. So what's required, Jens, to take a ton of damage. Hop in the goes. CC lands, and Inori B might even be dead before Kitsu gets here. Yeah.
These supports, they're finding these last hits. I love it. Support uprising. Go. Take all of the kills. Become the carry in the game. These AD carries just keep dying, you know? Become the support carry.
Oh, it's also around here. With Enigma, they can look to just isolate Kitsu. Debonair is chucking their half, get shields away, but we're able to get much more than that. I did used to view support as that kind of role, because the only supports I used to play were, well, the one I want to try, and mainly Vel'Koz, because I love playing support Vel'Koz, and yeah, you can be assured that those kills were mine when I had level 6.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Vel'Koz does more damage than the AD carry, so those kills are rightfully yours. If you deal more damage than your AD carry, then you've earned the kill. That's your kill. And Nami oftentimes does more damage because that's the whole reason you pick it with Lucian. Lucian doesn't really like playing with other supports that much. Don't talk to me about the Lucian Sona pair that we saw on the other stream today. Don't mention it. Don't do it.
I mean, but Sona Q does a lot of damage and autos too.
Yeah, I mean that's true too. Like Sona's doing a lot of work in that lane as well. Lucian's just the gun, but Nami and Sona and the other enchanters are the ones that are like wielding it. You know.
I do miss the days. I do miss the days of Lucian Braum, when he would land the proc and then like your job is to go in, you stun him, and then you go ahead, tip your hat, and wish them a nice day. Gone are those days, unfortunately.
Yes, they are. At least for now. It seems like they're trying to put it back in that direction, but I don't think it's going to work that well.
No.
With the new change of the Lucian passive, I think they're trying to make him better with CC supports again. We'll see how well that works.
Oh,
my
is
God.
dead? Yep.
Yeah.
In order to get that one, Kitsu over there to get the support on Cryogen. But so is Excelsius. They isolate him. Oh, that's so tough. Barely gets shielded back. One of Murados does it. Oh, they can't find him. And because of exception, Kitsu might be it. Send no retribution. In the bush we go. Zatsmod survives.
Oh man, this Lucian just picked up 2 kills now. This game just got massive for Teamless Revenge. Only trade 1 over thanks to the minions. Just barely not dealing enough damage. There are no Nikos hiding in that minion wave. Zatsmod survives, even retaining the heal on his person at the same time. Kitsuo cannot find anything in response. And Aporia, again, they're on their last leg. They need to win this game to stay in the first qualifier.
Would you like to know some more Ravish lore?
Yeah, I love Ravish lore. It's my favorite thing.
Sure. So, I'll go inside. When we were talking about Lucian changes, I remember exactly where I was at when I found out about the Lucian change, in fact. I remember I was rock climbing really early in the morning, around 11 a.m. With Samantha Price at Beatdown Boulevard. That was when Samantha was visiting Toronto for a bit. And I remember we all went, and I remember we went to the change room while we were looking to get our shoes off right and to put on normal shoes again because climbing shoes hurt. And we read the Lucian changes. We were like, wow, this is going to destroy the game. And it did.
And it did. Fun fact about me, Samantha Price is one of my favorite people in the world.
I agree. Same. It's also... Oh my god, there's a bunch of damage under the tower. One more bite. They want to give that kill. He uses the culling for it. Oh, how cheeky.
Where did that come from? Okay, let's not dwell on it. We have another potential exchange from Aporia, who are boxed out of this lane. Oh my god.
And boxed in are the rest, and Nori B dies before the rest, and trading the trade of ADCs with Cryogen, flashing over, and surviving, making it 2-for-1.
Alright, not too bad from Aporia's bottom lane enthralled. Able to survive a lot longer than I was expecting, that's for sure, as now Kitsuo has the kick.
And he also has the flick as well. Diesel will get taken down as Kitsuo and Libacious walk away.
I think Libacious survives. Yeah, it's alright. Trundle Pillar may be making things a little dicey for a second there. Aporia, they are finding ways to stay afloat in this game and stay afloat in the tournament as well, finding a bunch of kills back to back. This one goes over to the top side as they're really, really hurting for these items to crawl their way back into this one. And I do quickly want to mention, I do believe we're getting another for-fun Heartsteel item game, this time for Diesel.
Indeed we are, my friend. But I find on Scion it makes sense, right? Because a lot of what you do scales off your health, so that's okay.
Yeah, we already get so much health.
Why not?
Just get a jock show.
Why not more? ¿Por qué no los dos, Smacks?
Because the resistances are broken on a champion that already has 4,000 HP innately.
Yeah, valid. Yeah, fair enough. Governor sees 2 around here. I think he was there as well to support. But yeah, Excelsis is it's over.
Yes, absolutely he is. No Trundle ult is going to save you there. And the Drake is up, so Aporia could potentially go for that one.
Can use the Cullen backs off the nice dash. Shut down to Nori B on a Rakan, mind you. But, work out well, enthralled, doing the work. There it is, that's my flashes for it. Kitsuo gets the knockback. The double kill for Zatsmart. Are you kidding me?
Take those kills, King. You need them. Get that mandate. Oh, he's not even building mandate. Well, what are we... No, wait, is that... No, that is mandate, because you go that in the tome.
Yeah, it's mandate, yeah.
All right, good. Get that mandate, King. You need it. Double kill for Nami. Big shutdown onto the other support this time around. And look, 7 Dark Seal stacks. I told you he's the carry.
Yeah, but imagine if Nori B had 7 kills right now.
Nah, I don't want to imagine that. I want
How different
my
would
Nami
the
to
game
have
be?
a billion AP, okay?
Nori would have 2 items.
Ability power, all right? Let's give it a look. I want to know. He effectively does have 2 items, Ravish, because he has the mandate now. That's so much damage for Lucian. 151 ability power. You know how much damage those E's are doing? A lot.
I don't want to argue with you about this. It's not worth it.
Because I'm right, Ravish.
Alright, guys. Alright, Excelsis is taking us, but puts it out. The Shadow Storm, knock up is beautiful. 3 stuck in the middle of the pillar. and Debonair to walk away to look at the Livacious, but you know he's too tanky, and Enthrall is just poking away because you know he's not going nowhere.
Man, yeah, 5 deaths now onto Enthralled. He is having a very, very sad time in this series as Aporia. They're losing it at this point. There goes the Cassante. Goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, goodbye. Alright. Now, I think this is a tough game right now for Aporia to come back from.
Yes, I agree. They've got a 5-death 80 carry against the Lucian Nami, against this Scion who now has the 4-fun item, but you know what? It is still an item for Scion, and that front line's hard to cut through for Enthralled, who can't even survive any of these exchanges at all. At least Aporia has 1 Drake. Apart from that, though, they're down just so much.
Yeah, this they've excelled themselves to success a lead, and this right here should definitely help them out. Like you're saying, a small win con present. Ocean Drake is well coming up in about 3 minutes or so, but they're just positioning around that boss side. We will find much more here. Along with being taken too, they're just waiting around here. Again, like we're saying, this is a objective focused type of game. But speaking of which, the objective currently is Zatsmod, who will get shut down. That's given over to Kitsuo, but Inoibi takes 2 in the exchange, and maybe the 3rd dash not up yet, but won't need it.
See, there you go.
Okay.
There's the triple kill for the Lucian. That's what you wanted, right? Now he's got 7 kills. Okay. We can stop complaining that the Nami's taken all the kills. Now, Inoibi, it's his time to shine.
I'll stand up for this. Hey. I'm not sure how long
we got another pause, everybody. In the game.
Yeah,
Trying
so
to make
because
sure
we
that we're
paused. Yeah.
maintaining competitive integrity.
Yep, that is correct, Mundo. Because every time the game pauses, it unfortunately does catch up to live because of how Tournament Realm is built. So we got to make sure that we're being good human beings when we do that.
I love being a good human being, don't you?
No. I actively believe that if I had superpowers, I would be a villain. Because it is way more fun. Being a hero is really cringe. Because you get all these dumb expectations put on you. And people expect the most out of you. When you can't do it all, they get mad. Like, why do you do this? We're on one person. Wow. So being a villain, way easier. Because no expectations, you can live your life. And no one can expect you to just help them. Because humans are cringe.
I think you interpreted the message that the boys was trying to convey a little wrong.
You think so?
I don't think you're supposed to relate to Homelander. No.
I do relate to Homelander.
I don't think you're supposed to relate to Homelander, Ravish. I think he's the bad guy.
No, that's my gut right there. Homelander gets me. It's just, you know, when he smiled and gave that speech, that was it right there. Because here's the thing. Homelander is powerful. And he's balling as well.
He's balding.
Not balling. Balling. He's balling.
He's balling.
So much guap. Yeah.
I thought you had the balding thing relating to him. Because there are some bald superheroes too. You know that you can relate to, like Saitama.
That is true. Yeah, Saitama's cool. Saitama's great. Are there other bald heroes?
Yeah. Let me think. That one guy from Breaking Bad, not Walter. The other
Hank?
one. No, not Hank. Hank's a
Tsuko Salamanca.
No. The guy that Okay, there are a lot of bald people in that show. Wow, I never even...
Yeah, there are a lot of bald people in that shit.
Wow. You're naming all the ones that it's not.
Jesse later on in the season.
they're literally all... Alright, never mind. This is... Why are there so many bald people in
Breaking Bad, right? Yeah, that's crazy.
What? Okay, now I'm frustrated. What is that guy's name?
I don't know. It's just... I don't think I know who you're talking about, I'll be honest.
Mike. His name is Mike. Mike Armentrout.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike's great. You know, Mike was also in Community as well as a character and a teacher. He was great in Community.
Really?
Yeah.
I like
he was
that
fun.
guy. Diesel just
Diesel-
did the
Being
fun
tickled.
blast cone.
Yeah.
Just hop in the air.
Oh, okay. Gets tries to pull some schmoes. I think that was a little fat finger there. But it's fine because they'll live and get the kill alongside the Featherstorm being used to ensure that he doesn't die. Meanwhile, in top lane, we see the Great Escape from Livacious.
Champion is
Ridiculous.
okay. Sure.
Can we?
Sure,
can you,
Riot Games. That's
can
fine.
you? Can you say the Showmaker copy pasta, please? Because that's what?
It's too long to say out loud.
No, I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I think it's worth saying because of just how insane the thing that we saw was.
Yeah. Alright. Well, you know, Aporia did get that one kill in the mid lane. That was really cool of them. Very poggers, but they're still down 7,000 gold. They just lost another turret in the bottom lane. And I think they very well could lose this series and lose out of the entire qualifier in just a little bit.
Cassante, 4,700 HP, 329 armor, 201 MR, unstoppable, and a shield. Goes over walls, has airborne, cooldown, has only 1 second to, costs 15 mana.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, that is a
Oh,
champion design. Ooh.
munched.
But that is those. Oh, the TP. Come on.
Well,
So-
at least when Akali does it, she doesn't have 5,000 HP, you know? At
I
least
find-
there's that.
I find Chris Paul will do pretty good on the Golden State Warriors. I think he'll. Yeah. I think he should. I think he'll be a pretty good like 8-man, right? Like you're saying, coming out of the sub. Probably when they need some points early on in the game.
Yeah, like Kevin Love on the Heat, you know? I think that's going to be
Kevin Love, actually, you know what? I checked his stats all the time because I was curious enough. He wasn't that bad, actually.
No, he was actually quite good. I mean, they subbed him in over Caleb Martin for most of the finals, like for a good reason. He was actually playing quite well. And Caleb Martin was just having some of the worst games of his life after being one of the best players on the team, which was very, I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that. He's dead.
Yeah, no, he's not. Ignite helps. Nice bubble, but yeah, now he is. Can he get the run back on Cryogen? No, they cannot. They will also not get the inhibitor. Oh, never mind. He's dead. So, in fact, is Cassante. Never mind. He gets to the airborne. Riot Games. Cassante can do that.
Oh? Inori?
And a triple kill
my
for
God.
Inori as well.
He's the GOAT. Hello? He's got the
That would've-
double-double. This guy's Jokic.
Dude, I felt so bad for Jimmy Butler that finals, man. He just was not having some good games.
Oh, wait, he actually takes the Lee Sin Q.
No.
The heals! Oh my god.
Huge. Maybe. Oh my god. Can he get one more? No. That's gonna go to Diesel, yo.
Oh, wow. Inori has 100% kill participation in this game on Lucian. He is
Jesus.
absolutely crushing it in this game. And I have to remind you, Zatzmod got those early kills for the betterment of the AD carry. It allowed him to get the items that he needed to help support Inori on his conquest to take over the entire rift. Okay, Ravish?
If you had 3
Supports
more
need the
kills.
money too. Get
If you
the
had 3
early
more
kills. No.
No.
Wrong.
He would have gotten a penta. If he had 3 more, he would've gotten a
No.
penta.
He can still get a penta. The game's still going. It's not even 20 minutes yet.
Oh my god, you're right.
I know. Demon's Revenge are absolutely smurfing it. This is, by the way, one of the lowest seeded teams that we actually have in the group stage. Them winning a series at all is incredible, but the fact that they're absolutely dunking on Aporia is really, really something else. Very, very well done for Teamless Revenge as they take yet another turret in this game.
Yeah, well, that's one more. They get the knockback, and like you're saying, inhibitor triple will be their prize. Nice Zier ultimate, calling used to get out of there, but Zasmod will not be so lucky. Norby also gone. Kitsu gets a double, and is stopped on the front of their base. But Excelsis and Diesel are trying to do the most to stay alive. Excelsis cannot get one more. Only Debonair dies, and they defend their base.
I think this is going to be a Baron attempt as well. Aporia, they've got a very limited amount of time, and there's minions in their base all the while. So this could still be risky, even though there's no champions on the map for Teamless Revenge. Regardless, they have to go for it. They have to hit the Hail Mary, and they need to do it right now. Nexus turrets don't matter. You just have to keep your Nexus alive. Baron is started up. Will this actually be taken in time? The teleports are starting to arrive.
One by one we go, my friend. Like you're saying, Baron there, they get it, but do they survive the Turo Baron buff? Answer is 1 falls, that's 2 falls. That's not gonna get them. Oh, Kitsuo gets run back, want to get the kill, and he will get out of there alive too. Okay, gets a shielding. So they at least get 3 Barons. Nice.
They do have 3 Barons. Can they actually keep the base alive, though? As Inori tries to Gale Force over the wall. You can't do that, actually. You can hit the Nexus turret, though, as the other one already fell. Diesel's here to tank up all of this damage. I think the game might stand.
Indeed, my friend, it just might, and this will be the seal. And Nori lives. That's the big crits, and Teamless Revenge surprising people left, right, and center. Lower bracket run, and they will need a couple more minutes before they can do it.
Yes, they will, as Diesel will eventually die. There he goes. Bet he wishes he had Jack Show. Drake's up in a little bit, and Aporia do already have 2 of them. Maybe a Drake Soul is on the table, but Inori B is alive and now has 4 items on the Lucian. It's gonna be hard.
Alright. Not bad.
I think Zatsmod forgot that Mandate is not a mythic anymore, and you can indeed go for Echoes. Because otherwise, I don't know why he doesn't have that. That item is super broken on him.
Echoes? There's no Echo in this game. I hope in the new Arcane season, we get to see like more cool adventures and things. And we also, I know we're gonna see Nox probably.
Yep.
But I hope we get like a more like fleshed out thing of the whole Singe stuff, and of course Warwick coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely gonna happen. Singe took a backseat in the other game, but I think. Oh, that is Zero.
That is Zero's gorgeous. I don't know you could stagger Deacon's ultimate like that. Oh wait, he's dead. They keep on falling in front of the base over and over. Dominator gets the kill. They're all just dying. Hello?
Teamless Revenge. Hello. You gotta not have everyone die like that in order to actually win the game. You do need to actually attack the Nexus and everything and not get 5 for 0 aced. Aporia aren't losing yet, Ravish.
That is true. They've defended the base successfully 3 times now.
Yep.
They will take their second tower of the game.
Yeah, they have 0 turret. Teamless Revenge already took all 11 turrets off the map, and Aporia have 1. They're about to double that number. And they have the gold lead.
What?
Yeah, they don't have objective bounties anymore. They have the gold lead on the board after losing all of their inhibitors, all of the turrets, and the Baron, and all of the kills. And
this cannot keep happening again and again, Smax. This cannot keep happening.
We had
again.
A lot of reverse sweeps yesterday. I think we might have another one, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe so. and Open Nexus and Aporia staying alive somehow. The issue now becomes is that Enthralled is currently very much online, and we're getting to 3 items for the rest of Aporia here too. Meanwhile, Azir Enigma has not built up theirs third yet either, and neither has the rest of Team's Revenge. So Inori B is the strongest member on the squad, and he is starting to fall off, I guess. So
I don't think he's starting to fall off. I think they just realized they can kill him.
No, he's falling
finally
off.
in this
He
game.
fell off.
The Akali damage is pretty high. Okay. That's the Xayah ultimate. That's a big cooldown.
Yeah, it's nice to at least dissuade them. What more can they do, though, is the question. As they get the Zero ultimate to knock them into the base, and it's just Cryogen dead, though. But look at the knockback from Libacious. That was gorgeous. A flash, and Enthralled gets a double, and they do it once more. A triple kill for Enthralled. Looking for the quadra. He can do this easily. Libacious steals it. Enigma once again last one left alive.
Oh my god.
I just want to eat, man. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I've not ate since I woke up today.
This is ridiculous. Teamless Revenge, they just can't close.
So, look, they've got to... I spoke about this in draft. Teamless Revenge have no clear engage option. They don't work together to knock people up, get CC, or to find key targets. You can have Enigma pull a sick as their ultimate, and then have Diesel do the knockback from there. But for that to happen, and Nori B needs to stay alive.
Yeah.
But with Debonair with 2 items already, that's not gonna happen. And if Enthralled is also still alive and kicking, the rest of the team will fall. Yes, 4 items. She shreds everybody on Teamless Revenge.
Yeah, both AD carries have a double-double now. This is ridiculous.
Oh.
The Baron is up. The Drake is about to be as well. No soul is on the table for this one quite yet. Every single time that we've seen an Ori B drop, he is trying desperately to dodge out on the Akali damage and forgets that Cassante is a champion that can crowd control him 80 times. And I think he needs to be more aware of that champion as well, or Teamless Revenge just needs to play this front to back much better. So Nori B just keeps getting caught up in the middle of everything.
This is tough, and now Kitsu may have just found the way to get his team back in the game. We're seeing how he needs to be able to put the team on his back and make the call to continue to defend and do one more and just try to stay alive here. But gotta extend it, like you're saying. Goal lead firmly in their pocket. The 4th dragon now up as well. Surprised they haven't gone to soul. But a Thrall, there you go. That's Wisdom out again. Kitsuo locked in the middle. He's dead. It's a big shutdown. But can they get to Enthrall is the question. This is not enough just yet.
They already get the Xayah ultimate. This could be the moment.
Oh, they get off back as well. Onto one more. Crabgen manages to get out. And you've got to look at Debonair. He's locked in and Nori B gets it. And finally they find them. Kitsuo being in the middle and may have just locked themselves. But Enthralled is dead. That's the game. And that's Teamless Revenge winning.
Oh man, these fights were so close by the end. It was well fought, well attempted by Aporia, but they just couldn't quite clutch it out. That many team fights in a row. They got 3 or 4 of them, but can't do it all. Kitsuo, I don't think he can save their entire game. I don't think he can save their entire qualifiers, as Teamless Revenge are moving on, and they will be playing against the Cheese Chasers on Saturday.
Oh my god, they finally did it. 2 games in a row where we had just inability to close, but we finally got there, Smacks. We did get there, and here's what I'll let you know. We're going to set up our interview, and when we come back, we can talk more. How's that sound to you, Smacks, yeah?
Sounds great.
And let's do any final thoughts. Yeah, see you in a bit, everybody. Yeah, see you in a bit.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
So unfortunately, Anori decided that he was too short to be on the broadcast, so he will not make it on, which is unfortunate. But he
That's not what happened.
That's not what happened. But yeah, technical difficulties once again will have led us to an unfortunate circumstance. But we have reached the end of our day. For all those who want to know how the bracket has shaped up, let's go ahead and take a look at what happened here today. As you know, we unfortunately did lose Aporia, Team Ambition, on another first seed, and it'll be Cheese Chase versus Team Mr. Revenge next week to see who takes second seed coming out of Group C as well. And I believe on the other stream we had Group D go on with Blue Otter falling out of the bracket, and then I believe one of the team won that I forget the name of. Who won, Smacks?
Let's give it a look. I think we have them right here. Yeah,
Lit.
It was Apex Mission Impossible who beat Blue Otter. Miracle, unfortunately for them, did drop to Lit, but they do have another chance to move on into this group. I'm sure that those games were really fun. I'll have to go back and watch them, as we were on this stream the entire time. We've got the long stream today, and if you want to watch even more NACL action, we're going to be going over to the Challengers League proper here in just a little bit, so stay tuned for that.
That is indeed correct. Stick around for that. Thank you all once again for watching. Thank you, Smacks, for being on my side. Thank you for production as well. We'll be back again next week, same time, same place. See you later. I'm Ravishing Ravish, the leaks ravishing man on the internet. Goodbye.